Okay. YouTube first? Also first.
J43R underscore was first.
Before J43R underscore was first. Ease. Okay, do not reroll seed. Do not press the reroll seed button. Just launch Elden Ring. Make sure not to mess this up. Oh. Oh, although if I did reroll, I could go back into the spoiler log and find the seed and replace it. So, okay, I do always have a potential backup if I mess up. Good to remember that. Good to remember that. Now you're competing with YouTube. Yep. Unfortunate for you. Ah, right. We had Big Club with Wild Strikes. We had the fun going. Saw French and thought it was going to be Expedition 33. Nah. The French challenge. I guess I can check what... If I have any remembrances, I can check what they are. I don't know if there's ever anything I would trade a remembrance for, but... The fingers. Okay, I don't have any remembrances anyway. Oh, some rot grease, though, theoretically. Let the words of the fingers guide you. Ended on an alive run again. Yep. 81. It's a solid amount to be done. I still think... We're done with Altus. We're done with Caelid. We're done with Liurnia, Stormveil, Limb, Grave. I don't want to go Weeping yet, because we can save that. Grail is kind of scary, but we could. But I do think it's probably Capital Outskirts next. Makes the most sense to me. Capital Outskirts, then Mount Gelmir, then Lanedell, probably, which will involve the sewer skip, which will end our run because I'll fail it again somehow. Then Forbidden Lands, Mountaintops of the Giants, which does not have to lead to Crumbling Farum Azula, but could, and take it from there. Makes sense to me. All right. Start a stream, I'm always like a little unsure of like how I should sit to be comfy and locked in. You know, eventually you're just locked in because you're locked in, but at the start you're like fidgety. Laggy speedrun stream of the year, our goat. Our goat. No, he's my goat. Mine and only mine. Yo, thanks for the good luck. Nobody tell Parky about this development. Look. Look, we're... Sometimes you're doing some monkey business. And monkey business partners is what it is. Aggie should start speedrunning now that he has an award for it. You know, at least he still does the randomizer speedruns every week. I wonder if there's a game that would come out that we could do our classic. Ooh, Smith's Grip Shield is cool. Got a ranged option now if I need it. We could do our classic Mitch versus Aggie world record trading back and forth. A Stone Sword Key is nice. Careful. Careful, SpongeBob. Careful. I do not like enemies trying to shoot at me from above. Okay. Bubba. What's in here? Okay. Bonk. Smith's Crypt Shield while talking about Aggie's DLC randomizer no-hit runs. What? No, we were talking about his randomizer speed runs. But, you know, close enough. Code Vein 2 world record trading. We'll have to see. I don't think Aggie played Code Vein 1. So we'll have to see not only if he likes it, but if he likes it enough that he wants to speedrun it. Yo, morning. I do hope it's got... Code Vein 1 had cool movement tech, but I doubt that they would keep the same movement tech in Code Vein 2. So hopefully there just happens to be new cool movement tech in Code Vein 2. For potential speedruns. Code Vein 2 needs a better speedrun than the first one. I mean, are you just saying that from my opinion? I think the people that did Code Vein 2 speed or Code Vein 1 speedrunning. Ooh, Sentry Torch. Oh, but that means... Bro, I don't want Sentry Torch as an actual weapon. I like to have Sentry Torch, but I don't want to use Sentry Torch. I guess it would be fine, though, because I've got Discus Hurl. I can actually get through bosses just by hurling my Discus. I think the people that did Code Vein 1 speedruns enjoyed it, I think. They were at least pretty passionate about it from, like, the interactions that I had of trying to learn it. I did not like the end of that, but... Ooh, Ash of War Cragblade, too. We got some options. We got Wild Strikes, we got Cragblade.
Bless you.
Thank you for the bless. Hey, Lords of the Fallen 2 devs said the statue is not theirs from Soft Surely. Yeah, surely. Surely. Would I ever want that? I could buy infinite poison bone darts, but I don't think I would need those over Kukris. Code Vein 1 speedruns, we're just doing the same gunblade movements plus some skips and stacking the most damage on charge attacks. Didn't find it as interesting, to be honest, but that's you. Well, that's how speedruns are. You do the movement tech, you do the skips, you find the optimal way to do damage, you do the optimal damage. That's... you could describe... I think you could describe every single speedrun that has ever existed as that. At least of, like, this general genre of games. The movement tech was fun. The skips were cool. I just hated the final 2 bosses. Or 3, or whatever. Did you like the Night Rain DLC? Really loved Scholar. Scholar solo seemed really unusable. So I haven't gotten a chance to figure out if Scholar is any good or fun. Because I've only played solo in the DLC so far. But, Undertaker was a lot of fun. The new map was way too confusing for its own good. I don't really like balancers, because I don't really like, again, just spamming a bunch of enemies in a fight. But I thought the Dreglord was super fun. Is there a reason the timer isn't running? Because I forgot. It was at 6:28. We've been going for 11 minutes. So 6:39 is close enough. Close enough. Oh, it's gonna, like, bonk, isn't it? Yeah. The perfect counter to my discus strat. Not the perfect counter. I mean, it costs so little mana, it's almost still working a little. If we just get more mana flasks, this actually probably works fine. We could probably do this faster by instead doing something else, like, like that. But I got no problem with taking a little safe. Okay, they keep shifting around, so it keeps... Aha. There's probably no way this is worth it over just running in there and smacking them with the torch. Fighting things that are stuck is a little scary, though. A lot of your movement-based defense stops working, and they tend to get, like, bunched up. What the inside of the helmet sounds like. Okay, well now it's at least theoretically safer to fight one stuck than two. Aha! There we go. The Aggie speedrun strat. No, that's the Aggie no-hit strat. Different strat. So what do I guess what did I have on? I guess whatever I used to have on had some sort of take more damage effect, because I think I saw the Rakshas's effect, but now I don't. What makes them more dangerous when they're stuck? It can be hard to maneuver around them in the same ways. A lot of times the best way to avoid getting hit on a boss is to roll behind them, but if they're stuck in a small house, you can't really get behind them. Like, at all. You can't get behind them. So you're instead forced to kind of fight them from the front, which is where their attacks are, and so it can be harder to avoid their attacks. Now, as you can see, I could roll away still, so it's safer in the sense that it's more likely that I will get an opportunity to heal at some point, but it's harder to no-hit in melee if they're stuck somewhere. Any bad talismans so far? No, pretty much none of them. Oh, we can take out gold free. Gold free should be fine. I just want to clear enough arena to do it in. If possible. Okay, that should be clear enough now to fight gold free. Don't really want to go over there though. It's still aggro something else. Like that dog. Aha, they hit each other. Chance Mitch. Nice. Bon chance. Yo, bacon pancakes. Bacon pancakes. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Nice. Flask upgrade. Okay, we can check out what DTS is, and if we don't like our chances with Torch, we can always head back. But I think we'll probably be fine. Have a blessed run. Thank you. The run's still alive so far. Getting gold free with a frisbee and a torch. Gather. This is what the French challenge is all about, pretty much. I hear something big stomping around. Dragon? Ghost Flame Dragon? We can fight a Ghost Flame Dragon like this, I think. Should actually be fine. Little bit awkward of an arena, but should be fine. I got a little too close there. A little early. Nice. Oh, I couldn't even go into the capital if I wanted to. Interesting. $85 out of 207, nice. We can round up to 100 out of 207, and 100 is basically 200, so... One challenge, but it cycles between your 6 equipped slots every 5 seconds, as well as you have 3 weapons at a time per hand, so you're always overloaded in weight. Yeah, that would be... that. Torch is surprisingly hitting relatively hard. The big problem with torches is they're not allowed to riposte. Outside of that, they're like... not good, but like, they're okay-ish. They're slow. They have good stagger. They've got low damage. They're just kind of slow with kind of low damage, but... yeah, I would still probably take torches over a lot of other weapons. Maybe not a lot, but like some other weapons. Okay, but now the question of if I actually try to do this catacomb, we could get a little stuck in here with just a torch. As long as I still have the discus, it's probably fine. And we just take it a little slow. Had to fight PCR with a torch. Ooh. If I Venmo you if you Venmo me $20 right now, I'll round up to 100 to 200 since it's 50%. I'm not... Why don't you Venmo me $20 right now, huh? That's pretty good. 400 out of 200 for another 20. Would be nice if Torches just had the club moveset instead. Yeah, they're just a little too, like, slow with their, like, swiping. But it does kind of feel right for them to do the swiping like that. Because, like, that's how you imagine, like, if you're in the mummy and there's mummies attacking you and you've got a torch, you imagine them going, like, back, back, mummies, back. You don't imagine them going, back, mummies, back, and, like, swinging it over their head, you know? So it, like, makes perfect sense to me, but does end up just being very slow. Because they made them, your character, like, wind up, follow through, and then, like, fully go before he can, like, bring it back. Like, see how, like, long he holds it out before, like, bringing it back? It's just kind of slow. Which, again, still makes sense, because it, you know, if you're using a torch to ward something off, you wouldn't actually be, like, swinging it as fast as you can. Brendan Fraser or Rachel Weisz? Whichever you more identify with. Ouch! I really was not expecting that much damage from the worm. Usually you can just hit the worm and it just gets, like, stun locked, but with the rat there too, it was a little awkward. I hear... It's a hippo. I think I hear, like, a big dog down there. I'm gonna take the port in, even though it's a little slower, because I think it'll be a little safer. It'll put me in a nicer spot. Need to shout, away! Away! When you're swinging the torch for 20% damage. Hippo is a big dog. You know, kinda. Okay, so now we're properly down here. Okay. That works. Are you stuck? Haha! Perfect. Well. He's like rising up. And the lock-on is just breaking sometimes. There we go. Lock on, please. There we go. So apparently I only get a few hits while locked on, and then okay. That works. I was gonna say I hear dogs, but I didn't see dogs. These things. You just Star Spangled Outfit and a Vibranium Shield. Yeah, this is the Captain America shield. Solid poise when you toss the projectile, yeah. Great stars! There we go. No more torch gaming needed. And we can put great stars on it. We can have frost great stars with wild strikes. Did I say wild strike? We can put wild. We can have our most beautiful, perfected form of weapon. Or we can Cragblade. Cragblade also very solid option. Cragblade probably the safer option because you can just buff before a fight and then head in, stagger something really quickly, and then take the riposte instead of Wild Strikes. But Wild Strikes is so much fun on Great Stars, and it's so fast. You don't really need fast in this challenge, but... And now, we can allocate our flasks back. I think it's probably Cragblade. I thought about wild strikes on big weapons, but yeah, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Oh yeah, it does so much damage. Why not spend runes? Just in case I maybe need them for something. I don't know. Here's where wild strikes would have been nice. But again, it doesn't matter. I was gonna win regardless. Prince of Death's pustules. Hopefully we find Wormface now. So I think it might be my Physic Flask that's causing the Rakshasa's icon under my character. Doesn't Windy Tear... I thought Windy Tear had no downsides. Does Windy Tear have downsides? Does it make you take more damage? What armor do I have? Just some random normal stuff. The iframe tier does make you take more damage. Oh, okay. I don't know if that's the windy one. It is, yeah. Windy crystal tier. Temporarily increases rolling efficiency. Yeah. Wild Strikes and Wild Strikes is cool, but dying because of Wild Strikes is kind of sad, so understandable. Yeah. I mean, you just don't... There are a lot of bosses where you just don't use Wild Strikes. But on every boss, Cragblade is good. So that's... You kind of want to plan for the worst case scenario boss. And for the worst case scenario boss, Cragblade is probably better, so... It probably makes more sense. Yeah, like, I can spend the runes. It's just not worth, like, a lot right now. But... The idea of not spending runes is if I suddenly get a reason that I need runes, then I have them. But, like, I don't know that I would have a reason that I would need runes in particular. Alright, I'll wait for it once. And then this is the drop down one. So of course they are synced up again. Oh, not synced up anymore, but are in a weird alignment. Okay. Warned Ag against this drop down. Said it's sketchy compared with the normal path. What? Isn't that the normal path? Isn't that the... What is the normal path? Are you allowed to use the shackle to cheese this dungeon? If you have the shackle, I don't think I have it. The riposte just never works on the Red Wolf. Said to go up the long way around. I don't know what up the long way around means. I don't know of another path. There's another path? Hold on, let me explore this a little. This is where Ordovis is usually. Yes, I believe that's the... So you're saying... What is... Obviously it's not there. What... Up... There's literally one way to go. It's there. I don't understand. Yo, Ness! Yo, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. You continue instead of dropping at the very start. But then that's what I used to do. But then there's another chariot that comes in and turns, and it hit me while standing in the middle there, and then when it turned and hit me, it knocked me backwards into the other chariot behind me that turned and hit me at the same time, so I got double wombo comboed full to death. That's why I started dropping down, because it literally killed me on a run to go straight without dropping down. Like, standing in between those two pillars should be safe, but it's safe by, like this much, and your character width is this much. So, like, if you're just slightly too far forward, you get hit by the front one that hits you into the back one and you die. And if you're slightly too far back, you get hit by the back one that hits you into the front one and you die. So, I think that's much scarier than dropping down. I think. I'm not an expert on this dungeon, but I've tried it both ways, and going up has killed me, and going down hasn't yet, so. This was there when Matt warned Aggie. I have no idea myself. Yeah, is he saying to stand in between the pillars and the tiny little space that there is? Because that is what I used to do, and I switched because it was dangerous, so I don't know. In between the pillars, you should be more than fine. We can try to go back and find the clip of when I died standing directly between the pillars, but I literally, hey, there it is. We've got the clip. Watch this. I'm surprised you found it that fast. Look, between the pillars, right? Right between the pillars. Like, I'm like between the pillars. It comes up. It turns. Bonk. Uh-oh. And then the one behind. Bonk. Which also, by the way, it's not even close to me. Like, you can see, this is not even remote. I don't know how that killed me, but like, yeah, that's why I don't do that anymore. Oh yeah, that is weird. They never hit at that distance. They hit me, so that's why I will never do that again. That is the example. It's probably because my character's arms were out like this. Like, you can see holding great stars and other big weapons. Instead of your character having their arms to their side, their hands are out like this to hold it on their shoulder. And it probably clipped my hand, is probably what happened. So it probably depends on the weapon that you're holding as to whether you get hit. Because your hands are hitboxes. Usually wiggle a bit back when one comes to hit. The problem is if both are coming to hit at the same time, like, which way do you wiggle? But yeah. If there might be like a pathing, a timing, a specific way that you do it that makes it safe. But if so, I don't know what it is. So I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that unless I specifically practice it, and I can't practice it right now in the middle of a run, because practicing it means trying the points of failure where I die. And if I die, I would have to start over. So, but if you remind me after this run, if this run dies, I would be happy to practice that tomb and figure out the safe way to run. I'd be happy to do that, but obviously I cannot do that right now. So, yes. But yeah, thank you. I don't want to sound like I'm upset at you for bringing it up. Thank you. I do want to learn the safest path for everything, but yeah, unless I know the specifics, I can't really do that right now. Okay, our gargoyle, it's gonna try to stop me from getting up on this. So I think I have to take out the gargoyle. I don't want to climb a ladder and possibly get gargoyled. Rip standing, dude. Where you died, I've always dropped down to the left, but the boss door is just straight forward. Maybe I'm misremembering. The boss door is not just straightforward. Or do you mean at the very end? At the very end, yes, it's just straightforward. But, yeah, at the start, you have to keep going around and circling down. Yo, Dasha, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Wow, wow. Our theme of this run is kind of risk management, so however you best mitigate the dungeon risks is best. Yeah. And, like, it's especially mitigating the risk of dying instantly. The risk of taking damage isn't so bad as long as you won't fully die. So, like, if there's two paths, one that you're definitely going to get hit. Aw, Great Star is already gone. But another weapon I do like. I do like this weapon. It's just not Great Stars. What if I Glintstone Pebble so that I have a range? Well, I currently still have Discus Hurl, so Cragblade Cold is probably still best currently. Like, if I could make sure that at worst I only got hit by one chariot, you know, that'd be fine. But because I have seen that it's possible to get hit by two chariots and die instantly, I become very scared of that path. Watched the stream rewards tonight, and I saw that I was nominated for Most Handsome. Any acceptance speech? Well, given that I didn't win Most Handsome, I was only nominated. I can't really have an acceptance speech. So, I'll have to get more handsome for next time. Can Great Stars show up twice as there are two of them anyway? I think so. We're unlikely to see it again, but I think it's possible. Maybe next year. Yes, this one. I believe you simply send it to the first safe spot. Ooh, bug. Bug is dangerous. So is... Jesus! Fully blocked. That was horrendous luck on enemy there. Oh my god. That was almost just an instant death with nothing I could really do about it. This swing is too slow. I think it's better to just keep backstepping. Quit out's not allowed. No, they are not allowed. Or yes, they are not allowed. They are not allowed. The game wanted me dead. Yeah. Good thing I've got enough health that I barely lived that. Discus, hurl! Okay. Hero's grave, the places hero runs come to die. Yep. They're always pretty terrible. Can you change weapon slot for fist? Yeah, I could. I could do that. Which would be faster through lava. But, whatever. My thought for generally not doing that is, what if for some reason I suddenly need to attack something? I don't want to have to swap weapons back. Although, in that case, going to the shortcut, there's nothing you would ever have to attack, so it would have been fine. But, like, for example, in Volcano Manor, there's a chance that, you know, if you're doing any skip that involves going through the lava, that you might want to attack something on the other side. Did we get grafted scion already? I don't think so. I think we got a lobster that turned into a grafted scion. I don't think we got grafted scion. Oh. God, I hate banished knights. They are just sometimes, I swear, completely unavoidable on their attacks. You can dodge at any time you want and you are just comboed, period. Anticipated Chapel. Oh, yeah. We did go back for the Deathblight Dancing Lion. That was at Anticipated Chapel. Yeah. I can understand why they were banished, because nobody likes them. No big dog at the top here, right? Red bug, yeah, but we avoided it. We're fine. Oh, another weapon I will not get to use. Their knights are a bit scuffed, yeah. Funny how every wind move is a true combo. Yep. Like, theoretically, a true combo from an enemy. What a thrill. In darkness and silence through the night. His favorite banished knight, and why is it the dual sword? Obviously, it's the dual sword. Everyone hates the dual sword. I frick that guy. Shield guy can also be super annoying, though, with a lot of his moves. Yo, Pac-Man, thank you for the 100 bits. How goes the war against the French? Well, we already won the war. This is just cleaning up the remnants of the battle. When you summon him, Oleg is your homie. Yeah, but if he turned on you, I don't think you'd like him so much then. Okay, I think this is the... Oh, hello, Grafted Scion. I'm pretty sure this is the Patches-like cave. Did you cheat, grab a grace? Huh? What do you mean? I mean, I have, but not, you know, recently. Like a while ago. Yep, this is the Patches like. Oh, birds sure are fun. Oh, 40. Kind of powerful, though. That works. Something's still in combat with me, so I'll warp out. Thought I was somewhere else. Ah. Can't wait for the return match. Yeah. That guy should have been Godwin. We should have just fought Godwin. I feel like that would have worked with the lore. Okay, it's an apostle. Possibly snail. Either way, we should be fine. Let me check if I still have the take more damage tier. I do, so... It is the snail. Hello? How do you tell if it's snail? The color of the blood. If it's white, then it's snail. If it's red, then it's regular. Death Knight's long half-axe. A downgrade for sure, but not a terrible weapon. This is my semi-cheating grab a grace that's kind of a little bit out of the way, just for efficiency. Or that's kind of sort of in the next zone of Volcano Manor. Just because it is going to save me time warping back later, and like I just don't think it matters if you grab a grace. In fact, the rules specifically allow you to grab certain graces in certain zones, as long as you do not get any items or bosses there, which we're not going to be. We're just going to be grabbing the grace and leaving. Wish that weapon wasn't somber. It could be better if you could also do other stuff with it. Maybe I get some mind in case I get a summon I want. I don't know. I don't, at the moment, have any need for it. My current Ashes is good enough. Is Kristoff a good summon? I don't think so. I mean, I think he's, like, fine, but... Is he, like, so much better than Great Shield Soldier Ashes that's worth leveling Mind? Probably not. He's decent. He's mid. Better than most, but not amazing. Right. We're looking for an amazing one, too. Because if I want to use a summon, I would need to level it up. For it to actually, you know, do something. Oh! Well. Well, well, well. Look what we've got here. Pain. I have Dung Eater? I've Dung Eater what? I don't think I have anything of the Dung Eater set currently. I do have Discus Hurl still, so even if my weapon is bad, I can always make it through with Discus Hurl. Oh my god. No fucking... Ah, that's stupid of me. And you can't do anything when you're summoning Torrent. It just won't let you do anything. God damn it. God damn it. That was so stupid. God, man. Man, fucking why? Like... Why the fuck can't you do anything on Torrent for a fucking 3 seconds after you summon him? God damn it.
Hydrate.
Man.
Bless you.
that took forever. Yo, Anonymous, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Don't give me subs for dying and failing and being bad. But thank you. Yo, Tech Bro, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Admire your perseverance, not a run for the faint-hearted. Nothing to be admired about continuing to do something that you don't enjoy that causes you mental anguish. I would perhaps say the opposite. Something you should avoid. Somber 1 is a nice start. Both of our current things are non-somber, though. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know Mount Gelmir well at all. I usually just take it very slowly and watch for drops, but there was a crab, and so I had to go, and I thought that area did not have a sudden drop that I couldn't see, but it had a sudden drop I couldn't see, so.
I can play turning to 80. You need to the foot.
Like, I know that you're not allowed to jump after summoning Torrent for a really long time. I just didn't know there was a ledge there that I was gonna go off of.
Your thoughts, your ambitions.
No. Somber 2 is really nice. We'll have a very upgraded weapon to start out. Didn't even have Dean. That's right. You gotta have Dean for a good run. You know, if there's a drop you can't see, Torrent is always going to aim right for it. Every time. Every time. Hey, Remembrance, we're rich. Just need a somber weapon, and then we're rich and upgraded in weapon. Put some pants, does make you uncomfortable? No.
Name's Bert. Let me ask, are you here? Does your despite takes me any interest? All I know now's the time.
Smithing 6. Anti-rot is maybe okay. Yeah, I can probably show an example of what happened. Like, if you normally ride off a cliff... well, that one's a little wonky. I believe if you normally ride off a cliff... Oh, no, maybe you just can't... If you ride off, I guess you just can't go back up from torrent. Oh, no, it depends. You can get back up as long as it's a sudden drop and not a sloped drop. Sloped drops don't work. Whereas if you are mounting up from torrent, yeah, it's not even close. You can't jump for a year. Yeah. So I think that's what happened. I guess I don't know if the slope or if the drop that we had there at Mount Gelmir was sloped, because I didn't know there was a drop there, but assuming it was a non-sloped drop, we would have made it back, except that you can't jump after summoning torrent. Why does torrent, like, teleport down? Because when they're sloped, it tries to keep you on the surface. And so it keeps you on the surface that is sloping downward, which means you go really far down really quickly. It's very much sloped. I guess I was screwed no matter what then.
Can you hear me? Help me. Oh, I am these. I just and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all. Well,
Number 9. What just has been fun casually. I hope he's the first and last mount from Soft ever makes. No, I'm okay with them making another mount. Just like, if they make another mount, make it like function properly. Just don't give it such absurd restrictions for no reason. Allow you to act quicker out of summoning. Allow you to dismount wherever you are, however you want. Don't make absurd restrictions of, actually, you can only dismount if you're on stable ground, and also, the place that you're going to dismount to is also stable ground. Don't make him have the turn radius of... I'm trying to think of something funny, but I don't... come up with your own joke about the turn radius. Don't make it so that every time he literally is just like in a cloud of poison, which causes 0 stagger, he flinches anyway and gets stagger locked and dies. Don't make it so that when you get knocked off of torrent, you get no iframes and no rolls forever. Don't make it so that the dash doesn't have iframes. Etc, etc, etc. Just make it functional. Just make a functional mount and we could all be happy. A boat. You know. We could boat. Turn radius of a sedated hippopotamus. There you go. Smith script circ is not somber. I got excited, but it was not. Spiked club, also not somber. But I do like spiked clubs, so... Make it so that you can double jump much sooner after starting to fall on Torrent. Like, even on the non-sloped ones that we saw, it still takes a little bit before the game will even let you double jump off of a platform. But, like, platformers feel way better when you can double jump, like, immediately off of the platform. Not that this game is a platformer, but it's got platforms. It's Smithscript Cirque with a passion. It's not good.
This way, tarnished. May I have a word? Apply on the
Club, good. Spikes, good.
Forgive mine intrusion, tarnished.
I mean, I guess I might as well just cash in the remembrance for levels so that we're less squishy. Is quitting out to reset enemy's position allowed in this challenge? Just curious. No, it is not. I mean, if you're clearly fully out of combat and out of danger, sure. And I guess that technically would reset enemy positions, but not if there is any perceivable potential threat. Weapon shouldn't be able to clank on the ground. On the ground? I mean, I've had a lot of weapons clank on walls. I don't know about the ground. Okay, cool. No, I didn't actually want that roll that I pressed, actually. I didn't want it at all. Oh, I also didn't want the iframes from that roll either, actually. Good number of runes. Most greatswords, when two-handed, you smash them straight into the ground, seems so pointless. Well, I mean, after you swing, it's just like, you swing them so hard, the only place for them to go is the ground. I like that. And then you, like, pick them up out of the ground and slash upward. Great hammers and great axes, you just slam straight into the ground in front of you over and over. Those are like some of the best move animations. I am the lord of all that is golden, or whatever. Curseblade Circs are the ones that are bugged? How are they bugged? Not allowed to buy equipment and weapons from vendors, right? Technically, I can buy weapons. I just can't equip them. They don't get automatically equipped when you buy them. I guess I should check for a somber weapon in one of the shops, because then I could have an upgraded somber so that at least the next weapon I find would be auto-upgraded, even if it's smithing. Well, those are both smithing. That's somber, but that would be way too expensive. Whatever, I'll just wait. I can... Whenever I find one, it'll be fine. The club currently is doing just fine. You can bounce off the ground? There's no way that's not a bug. Oh, the Curseblade Circs can bounce off the ground. Oh, okay. I did not... I don't know that I've seen that, but yeah, if that can happen, that definitely sounds wrong. You can influence what you'll get next. I can't influence what thing I will get next, but I can... There's auto upgrade on, so if you upgrade one thing, the next thing you pick up will be at that same upgrade level. Good morning. 1 a.m. EST. Tibia? Tibia. The water splashing is what gave it away.
Percent raw input. Percent.
Percent raw input percent. Almost played Elden Ring IRL yesterday. I tried to fight you at work. Good times. That sounds like the opposite of good times. Cough to get off. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Knife assassin that's going to immediately try to shoot me. No, because she has to do the stand up again animation. Because she's the damaged one. Yep, boat. Smithing stone 1. I could just use that for now. No reason to need to save it. Oh, whoops. Forgot to do the jump off. Forgot where I was. There we go. Oh, no, you're too dangerous. Apostle. Question mark on whether it's a snail. Could be quite tough if it's snail right here. It's snail. I sure do love getting frame trapped. God, Apostle's so annoying. Darn. I don't really want to take the hit to get him out of this sooner, so... Oh yeah, just do it a second time. Yeah, that's... Okay, sure. Yeah. That was my bad. One too many hits for sure. Okay, we're gonna do this again. My bad. My bad. Okay. All according to plan. Not even remotely close. Thank you for the good luck. Talisman pouch. Yeah, it's always gonna happen. I've stopped getting worked up about it. You always get an early talisman pouch. Thank you, Noble of all time. Yeah, when you can't get any bleed procs on it because the snail doesn't do bleeds, it can take a real long time. I do not want to go towards that grafted scion over there. There's no way the grafted scion is pulling. Okay. It just happened to be moving slightly in the direction that looked like it could have been pulling. You do the jumpy move, please, so I can backstab you? She just does not want to do the good move ever. She does the jump move, right? It's not like there's a Black Knife Assassin that doesn't do the jump move. She just won't give me anything good. Maybe because she's injured, she actually can't jump. She tore her Achilles or something. She's got an ACL injury. She does start the fight injured. I swear I remember even the injured one jumping. Sure. Okay. Apparently that one either can't jump or somehow decided not to in an entire, like, 5-minute long fight. Could upgrade? Yeah, I do have the one upgrade. It wouldn't make a huge difference, but it would have probably saved us probably like 2 or 3 hits on that fight, which took a while, so would have been worth. Stubbed her toe earlier, so jumping hurt. You know, I understand. I see. The assassin has much more limited combos, moves much more slowly, and can't do the Blade of Death or Helm Splitter attacks. May serve as a taste of what's to come. Okay. Helm Splitter, I'm guessing, is the jump attack. I see. Blade of Death, that'll be them spinning in the air and throwing it at you. That explains why she didn't launch it at me while I was on Torrent. So I guess that's actually, like, then the second most annoying Invis Assassin to get if you have low damage. Oh, I should upgrade my weapon as well. Because why not? Yeah, because jump move is usually the Black Knife Assassin's most punishable moves. Other than that, it's... either waiting for, like, the slow spin, trying to trade, which doesn't always work well. Or the stab attack is good. The stab is good, the slow spin is good. Otherwise, you're kind of trying to trade. Is this challenge actually fun for you? No. But I want to have it done. I take item, I leave. You'll never know any of that normally because it dies so fast in vanilla. Yep. Oh, don't like when the enemies above actually see and start attacking. Ooh, yeah. This a little spooky. I think it's probably just worth running at this point. Oh no, it clipped me at the very end and now I have 0 stamina. Yep. That's not good. It's fine. I was too short to do things that you dislike, but it's something that I want to do. It's the eating my vegetables, which I don't always do. It's the doing your homework. It's the studying for a test. It's the taking a class that bores you, but you know will look good on your transcript. Sometimes You want to have the thing done, but the moment to moment of it is not fun. But at the end of it, when you're done with it, when you've completed it, you'll be like, I'm glad that I did that, even though I hated doing it. Working out, another example. Although some people, I think, also, in a way, enjoy working out as it exists. I don't think it's... Certainly, most of the reason you work out is for the results, but... Ah! Get jump punished. Exercise does actually feel good. Like, yeah, there's... It's less like it feels... Well, I mean, you're getting into the, sort of the specifics of, but like... It's less that it directly feels good and more like it causes the release of things that make you generally feel good. Like the literal lifting itself, you know, whatever, struggling, that part doesn't feel good, but releases chemicals that afterwards make your brain go, I'm kind of happy right now. Don't know what's up, but I kind of feel good. Make it a habit, it becomes addicting for sure. Like working out till I do leg day, then I want to die, it sucks. Working out is like drinking a beer. The first few times it's awful, but at some point you start to like it. Perhaps. And I'm not good. I have not yet. I have drank a good number of beers in my life. I'm still like, on them. They're still like, okay. I haven't drank that much coffee, but I'm still like, I'm okay on that. And I haven't done too much exercise, and I'm still like, it's okay on that. I haven't, I think, gotten over the hump with almost anything that takes getting over the hump like that. Not that you should get over the hump on drinking beer. It's not like it's a good thing to drink beer, but it is a good thing to exercise. I've been thinking about how I could potentially work in exercise into my day without having to, like, go to the gym. Just, you know, do push-ups. I don't know, maybe buy, like, a pull-up thing for my door frame or a dumbbell set or whatever. Because I should do that. If I can make the time to do this challenge, I could make the time to exercise, probably. Oh, right, you can't get the lantern yet. Always take the stairs. I do always take the stairs. I don't mind at all taking the stairs. Anytime that I can work in a little exercise into what I'm already doing, I don't mind it at all. Oh, whoops. Almost fell a little too far. I don't think that would have killed, but I think would have taken some fall damage. Okay. Biggest issue with exercising is that it's so boring. Well, yeah, that's why, like, I don't know that you can do this with all exercising, but if you put up like your treadmill in front of like your TV, so you just treadmill while watching TV, that's a way to do something, and have it be less boring. Oh, Estelle. Nice. Nice. Still medium. Pretty solidly medium. It's in more. This is out more. Knee problem got fixed by walking 1 hour every day to school and back for 5 years. Hey, there you go. Pretty good arena for that boss. Yeah, that was certainly not bad. Estelle surprisingly doesn't really need that specific of an arena. In the comfy cave, and suddenly a little dude walks up, starts shouting at you with a club, swinging for the fences. I mean, I did walk in and he did immediately start throwing hands before I did, so. There's annoying teleport stuff. Yeah, if you can't get away too far, it's kind of nice, but it also doesn't matter if you're far. You're gonna live, so it would just be a bit slower. Okay. He's just gonna stay up there. Oh. Oh, he did not stay up there. What? Okay, I think that might be the first time I've ever seen that. A backstab animation on an AFK standing still enemy that didn't actually backstab. Like, I've seen it miss on, like, NPCs a lot, where they roll out of it. I don't think I've ever seen it miss on an AFK standing still enemy. Classic backstab animation that does not backstab. Okay. Sure took a while. But we got there. Do I want to fight patches with this? This would definitely not be an ideal weapon. We'd probably be fine, but... Let's see what's... I don't remember what was in Summon Water. First learn how to play guitar or anything, you're going to be bad. Gotta be bad before you're good. Yep. That is universally true. Ah, Loretta, right. Should be fine. She's not gonna one-shot. Hello? Nope, no Gyobuing me. I've played this game before. Loretta, come back here. There you go. Oops. Get back down here. She just does not want to stay. Okay.
Good luck, Vic.
Thank you for the good luck. Okay, there you go. Okay. You start something new, you're gonna suck at it, like really suck, but that's okay. You're supposed to suck. You haven't had the time to experience to get better, so it's okay to let yourself suck. True. Very true and very real. All right, our damage here feels like absurdly low right now. We've had +0 weapons before, but this feels like really slow. For doing this and sharing it with us. Can play myself, so it's great to watch someone who is good at it. Thank you. I wish I was just a little bit better at it. Just enough to have this challenge done. Okay. Fake Moog. This is gonna take a while again, but should be pretty easy. Can we go out of the house? Can you make it out? Do you have a pathway out of the house? I think he's stuck in the house. Maybe this is actually not going to be good. This actually could suck a lot. Mostly because of that move. He can just cover the entire inside of the house in Blood Flame if he wants. Oh, Really see my visual cue for that with it through the roof. I'll just be out here still. Okay. Moose. Should be Moose Jr. Oh no, it's Moose Sr. I don't see the little spirit animals. Maybe they're like underneath this. Oh. While he's flying through the air, he can fall off of an edge. Explain that one, scientists. Oh, there's the animals. This is gonna be a long fight. Luckily, we got the randomizer bug that makes Moose faster, where he doesn't actually teleport. Okay. Yep. Alright, get staggered. Nice. Where's the damage at? Apparently this is a very low damage weapon. I didn't think this. I thought this was like a fine weapon, but our damage is just not there. It's +0. It's actually +1 non-somber, but basically 0. Yeah, Aggie winning the speedrun streamer of the year was awesome. Perhaps one of these future years, I could be nominated. Is it possible to get new weapons in this run? What's the rules? So the rule is if I pick up a weapon, it will automatically be equipped. So it is possible to get new weapons, but I have to pick up things until it is a new weapon. And honestly, I don't mind this weapon enough, so even though it's slow, it's comfortable for me, so I'm okay with using it for a few more bosses. Oh, that's bad. What if we just die now? What if I simply perish? Night rain practice. Ow. Yeah, unfortunately this guy sees you from a mile away, so I am going to have to take it out before I can kill the boss. It is harder than basically any boss I could see. Also the giant rolling lightning ram. Does Bach disappear if you don't talk to him right away? I guess so. I guess I don't get the reward. Yeah, spot me? No, you're not going to spot me? It's so risky to try to avoid aggroing him, though. Ugh, and even here it's a crab and ugh. Really, really bad set of enemies for this. Yeah, he saw me. I knew it. I knew it would happen. Ow. Yeah, I think I just have to learn him. Frame trapped. Ah! Yep. Frame trapped. There was one missed dodge, and every other hit was just a frame trap that you can't avoid. Wound Warriors are spooky and unfair. Oh well. If I had... I mean, even with more damage, that would have been really rough, but... Imagine them as a boss. Yeah, imagine them as a boss, where they also throw in another boss, and so it becomes a duo boss. That would just be a really dumb decision if FromSoft ever did that. Good thing they didn't do that. Those guys are like actually unfair. They just have frame traps. Like I don't know why FromSoft keeps making enemies with frame traps. Like frame traps just aren't good interactive game design. It's basically just guaranteed damage that you take. It would suck, especially if you couldn't see anything. That's true. That would make it even worse if you couldn't see anything. I do like this weapon. Sometimes the answer is just being at a safe distance at all times. Yeah, but if you have to also hit them, that's... And their range and forward ability is enough that I think I literally did roll backwards. I think... Maybe I rolled in. But I think even if you roll backwards, you will get frame trapped, I think. I could be wrong on that. I'm not super familiar with them because I avoid fighting them at most times. It is completely different each try. Yes. You thought it would be all three of them? All three of them would be... actually probably the hardest boss in the entire game. Well, I mean, I guess unless two of them were passive at a time and they scaled way down their health and damage. But if all three were active at the same time and they actually had full health and damage, that genuinely might not be possible to solo. Oh. Hiya! Think people fight Tree Sentinel like 6+ times have all been in caves? I've definitely seen them in non-caves, but there's a decent number of Tree Sentinels in this game, so... I love that charged poke. It's so good. I love that this weapon is basically just Claymore, but like somber. It's just somber Claymore. I guess somber holy damage split Claymore. Does the frost variant of that guy show up in Night Rain? I know the boss one is the lightning variant. I don't know. I have no idea. I do know that for that particular horned warrior, the lightning one that we fought, if you purely run away from it, you can get out of range of its attacks if you are in a full sprint away, because that's how we do in the speedruns. But outside of that, I don't know of any safe possible way to not get hit by it. And if all you're doing is purely running away, you'll never actually kill it. Maybe you can pure run away until it does its combo, and then only attack it after? I don't know. Somber Claymore with a delete NPC button. Well, if only it were so simple. Sometimes it's a delete yourself button, because you try to use it on an NPC, they roll, and then you're stuck in the animation of it, and then they hit you and you die. Like, I've had that happen with Gideon, where I sent it, it barely missed him, like it was just short of hitting him, and he just went, okay, blast, blast, and I was just dead. The one by running away, albeit by running off a cliff with a spirit spring, and it chased you straight off. That, yeah, that can work. Gideon is the exception. He can do anything imaginable. He can spam infinite spells with infinite FP.
Then it summoned me. Ah, I bequeath. It will summon torrent to treat him with.
If I can keep this weapon and find a somber 1 and 3, boy, we'd be set. Oh, Egon's furled finger. We can now summon... Wait, do you need that to be able to summon against Bale in Randomizer? There's a Somber 3. The prophecy that I foretold. How casually no one even remembers Gideon, but all speedrunners and child runners agree he's the absolute worst. Yep, and that's exactly what you want out of your boss design. You want to for 0 people to have a positive experience and some people to have a really negative experience. Oh, it's an Invis assassin. Same thing as Fia's champs, yeah. Be able to summon Egon for Bale Fight or Bale Arena. I think I'll be able to summon Egon for Bale's Arena. It wouldn't be Bale's Fight. There would be nowhere that they could put the summon symbol. But I think I can now summon for Bale's Arena. There's a column 4 bingo threat. Smithing 2s. If I get smithing 1s, it can help me skip somber 1. Doesn't banana? Stream is the goat. 8,000 is a good solid chunk. That's pretty cheap for a great grave if I would need one, but it's like very rare that I would. Ah, whatever, it's cheap enough. I'll just buy it. I won't be missing 500 runes. Most of the amount of channel points you've ever had. Oh, nice.
Can you hear me? Oh, I at these. I just and I'll don't dally. Give it your all. So that's well, I once again.
Well,
beyond.
went from having pants to not really having pants. I mean, probably the best thing to get, since I can summon in Bale's Arena, would be something like Valiant Gargoyles. Because even though they'd be way scaled up, just like having a second character to help me fight would make that fight so much easier. Especially because they don't scale it up because you summon in the arena. And by that time... Okay, another one. Sentry's Torch as well. Sacred Order. Ooh, you've got some sauce here. You've definitely got some sauce. As well as a Stone Sword key. I will need more runes, though.
Good luck, bitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Unfortunate end of a long run, yeah. Yeah. My fault. I didn't know there was... I did not know the cliff dropped off there. I just wanted to get away from the crab. There's a second target in the arena. Would be Pog, yep. Smithing ones. Okay. Bloody Helix is also somber. I still need a non-somber. If I get a non-somber, I can upgrade it to +3. Then if I get back to a somber, I can have a somber 3. Good luck's being out of stock is depressing. I mean, it's just out of stock because there's just a time limit on it.
This way, tarnished. May I have a pie and the will? I'd heard and upon the talk thou art but call forth. I was in tried torrents to summon the spirit. Forgive my
So somebody said somebody said Bloody Helix's Ash of War is just better Bloodhound Fang, right? How does it work? Do you get iframes on the first use of it, on the second, on both? Yo, Isra, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Iframes while doing the first part. Second part is an impale or thrust. And the second part does not get iframes. And for the second part, do you press the weapon art button again or the heavy attack button? Also, why are some follow-ups weapon art button again and some heavy attack button? Why just make you have to guess? Anyway. 2 dodges a lot of iframes. R2 attack chain after has none but does good poise. Okay. Moose. Oh. Moose with a pokey sword is gonna be annoying. Okay. Trying to get a little too cheeky with testing it out. Ah. Should probably stop being cheeky and just... Ah. go. Yeah, it takes a little while with a thrusting weapon that's hard to hit its skinny little legs. Really, it's like where they put the targets on the moose, because if you have a short weapon, it's impossible to hit it while locked on. Yeah, very strange places, for sure, for the targets on the moose. How devastating would it be to die on boss 206? Unimaginably devastating. I don't think that will probably ever happen, because the end is kind of free, but... Given enough runs by enough people, it would, I guess, have to happen at some point. Arsenal Charm super good early, potentially. Totally unnecessary right now. I'm not even close to being heavy. So, doesn't matter at all, but potentially it could have been if I had heavier armor. Ah. So when does it actually do the damage of the finesse, the spinny bit? Does it do damage, or is it only a iframes? And then the only point is that you get to do a cool follow-up after. Spinny doesn't do damage. Oh. Why were people saying this move was so good? Follow-up's solid, I suppose. Okay. The full combo of the Ash does 55 poise. Is there... By full combo, do you mean there's more than one hit at the end, or do you mean just the spin stab? Just the stab does 55. Oh, there's that. Okay. So it's stab, like 2 more hits. Okay. I guess that's cool. I mean, not that I like hate it, but people were like, "Oh, it's just better version of Bloodhound's Fang," and I'm like, "Well, Bloodhound's Fang's pretty good, so if it's better version, that's got to be really good." And this seems like good. Like I like it, but it doesn't seem like better than Bloodhound's Fang. Bloodhound's Fang being able to both iframe and get a hit in return, like in the same motion, is what makes it, I think, really good. If the first bit, the spinny bit, hit the enemy for a good bit of damage, I think it probably would be better than Bloodhound's Fang. But I think without that, it's pretty committal, because you don't get an initial hit to stagger them. You have to just iframe through their attack and know that you have enough punish window after to do your heavy hit. Did Gino do a couple... a run a couple days ago with it. IDK he was shredding. I mean, yeah, but I've also seen a million people do runs with Bloodhound's Fang and shred with that. So I'm not saying it's bad, just like it's less incredible than I was expecting. I was expecting S tier, and it's probably like a high B, which is still very, very good. But not like the weapon in total. The weapon also does good damage, but like as an Ash of War. I'm sure there's definitely ways to utilize it if you really, really know it. I also like the range of the attacks and stuff. I was gonna say I'm not gonna kill this sludge because it's not worth it, but then I got a bleed proc, so then it was worth it. Aw, Rot Spear. The big problem with Rotten Crystal Spear, well, the big plus is it's non-somber, so I can upgrade it. But the big minus of Rotten Crystal Spear is that it, no, it is somber. Never mind. It's all negative. It's all negative. Oh, man. Split physical and magic with charge fourth. Nobody uses that. Just give me Impaling Thrust. Tragedy on the last run? Yup. I'm for right now. I did some testing on the Ariza chariots if you'd like. Yeah, I would like. Worse Impaling Thrust. Kind of unusable Impaling Thrust because it's just too slow to ever have time to cast. You want to come down here so I can kill you? Yeah, thank you. Thrust we trust. Could push things off a cliff with charge force. Could push myself off a cliff with charge force. I would not want to use a charge forth anywhere even remotely near a cliff. What if I... Okay. Me when I want to use charge forth. Charge forth! And then it just goes right by him. Even when I've caught him monologuing, it's still not useful. Rod is strong. I do like the rod, yeah. Can't remember, do weapons automatically upgrade to highest upgrade I have in this challenge? Yes. New weapons that I pick up auto upgrade, to be more specific. Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna die to the dog. I'm gonna get one shot. I hate when he does that. It's a frame trap. Okay. Wow, Warrior Jar Shard? Now our Charge Fourth can do more damage. Oh boy. Doing great with that rod, though. Yeah, I do really like the rod. As long as we keep facing things that are rottable, we'll be alright. Probably. But if we find something that's not rottable... Yeah, frame trap. Here, let me do a little quick, a little mini lesson on what a frame trap is, because I keep using the word. All right, so what a frame trap is let's say that this is one roll that you can do. This is your roll, and half of that roll, approximately, I'm not going to do the exact frame count, approximately half of the roll is iframes, where, let's see if this works. Hooray. Where if you roll during and the enemy attack comes in here, you don't get hit. And approximately then half of the roll is vulnerability. If an enemy hits you here, you no longer have your roll iframes, you just get hit, right? And so a frame trap is specifically the enemy attacks twice, spaced out approximately like this. So if we look at, okay, you know, when could you dodge? Well, Okay, this is not how I expected this to work. Hold on, I can get this to work. You can't color on transparent? Oh no, it's because I still have the thing selected. Here we go. Here we go. I can do this. There we go. There we go. Approximately like this. So that this will work. This will work. No, what it's keeping transparency? Whatever. All right. Screw it. I'll just remake the lines every time. So that if you roll the first one right here, the second one contacts you right here. Oh, that's way too close in color. So that you guaranteed get hit. And then you might say, okay, well, that's fine. I'll roll it a little earlier so that instead I roll it and I get it here at the end of my iframes. But then it still gets you here while you're still vulnerable before you can roll again. That's a frame trap. It's where if you roll really late, the roll doesn't last long enough and their next attack hits you. But even if you also roll really early so that you hope that your vulnerability ends and you get to roll again, doesn't matter, it still hits you again. Now, sometimes there are things that are pseudo frame traps, so they'll be spaced more like, let's say you rolled really late, it hits you like here. Which technically means if you roll really early, then you just barely have enough time to roll again. Or it can be a pseudo frame trap in the other direction, where if you roll at the latest moment possible, you will just barely also avoid the second attack. But if you roll anywhere else, then the second attack is going to hit you. So there's true frame traps, like Radon's cross slash was. It was spaced exactly perfectly so that you could never avoid the second hit. And then there's pseudo frame traps that will almost always hit you unless you roll at a very, very, very specific timing. Mesmer's 2-hit attack is a pseudo frame trap that if you rolled in the middle of the frames possible, you would just barely get clipped before you can roll again. So you need to roll early in your frame window, and then you're just barely allowed to roll again. So Mesmer's 2-hit is a pseudo frame trap. Which I don't like. I don't like pseudo frame traps. I don't like things where you need to roll at like super ridiculously specific timings, otherwise they just hit you. No chance to dodge if you're too close. Yeah, the timings technically change depending on where you are. It's a 3D game. Your attack and the enemy's attacks will change depending on your position in space, but yeah, that's the idea. Is Morgoth's spin move a pseudo frame trap? Morgoth's like spin, that's like a he hits like here and here and here and here and here and here and here. That's like a mega frame trap. That's like your only option is to run away. Unless you're referring to a different move than the one I'm thinking of. But I also explained the quadratic formula. I could, but not right now. The screw you move. That actually explains a lot. Yeah. So yeah, anytime I'm referring to a frame trap, what I mean is I successfully rolled one attack and the enemy's next attack was in a time where I could not avoid it with another roll. Technically, a lot of times I might be referring to a pseudo frame trap because I don't know if I rolled at exactly the perfect frame possible, but it will either be a true frame trap or a pseudo frame trap. Well, this is not great for me. I probably should have spent my runes. I don't want to lose 12k, but if I have to Memory of Grace out, it might be a so be it situation, depending on who we're fighting. But surely a squared plus b squared doesn't equal c squared. If it's not a right triangle, then it's c squared equals a squared plus b squared minus 2ab cosine c. So... Chief Blood Fiend. I mean, he should be rottable, but it could be DLC scaled. I might just die here, but whatever. We're only 40 minutes in. Time to die! Is this something FromSoft always did, or just in recent games? I'm not sure. The concept of a frame trap really doesn't exist in Sekiro because of the deflection mechanics work differently. But I don't know if it exists in Dark Souls 1, 2, or 3. Okay, he was very rottable. I'm surprised he is not staggered yet. There we go. Okay, yeah. Chief Blood Fiend scaled down is pretty easy. Our damage is still low, but our survivability was fine. I don't want to do Fortisax. Fortisax, even if he is rottable, like this, it's just going to take so long, I think, still. Rare to run into frame traps, especially in the Dark Souls games, because they're slower games. Yeah, I don't think there were frame traps in Dark Souls, because I can't even think of double hits. The only pseudo frame traps that exist that I can remember in the Dark Souls trilogy is Gale. Gale does attack cape, and it's a pseudo frame trap where you have to roll the attack late so that the cape goes through you while you still have iframes. That's the only one I can remember. Night Demon is the only thing I can think of that has something similar to a frame trap, and that's just more that its hitboxes are a complete mess. Pontiff has no frame traps? Pontiff probably does. I can't remember Pontiff well enough to say, but Pontiff probably does. Like these goobers. One attack frame trap if the hitboxes are bad enough. Well, there's also lingering hitboxes, which are... Ooh. So Charge Forth actually just does less damage than a Charged R2 in longer time. Did I see that right? Yeah. Cool. That's... What a good Ash of War. I sure do love when my Ash of War is objectively worse than just doing a Charged R2. Okay. But hey, you can knock down enemy. Yeah, I guess that's... I guess that's not... That there is a benefit. Hitboxes, now we're talking about BS upon BS. Yeah, sometimes there's lingering hitbox, frame traps, all in one move. You can get pretty absurd with it. I don't think I want the item enough to deal with the flesh guy. Can't get frame trap that easy on Pontiff if you just parry him. Yep, true. Oh, a banished knight. Okay. Shield Banished Knight isn't too scary if I just run away, but oh god, that is. Excuse me. Pardon. Pardon. Ah. Flesh, like peeling flesh, the slam band. Sure. Never heard of him. Titan Knight Demon has a few attacks where its tail becomes a hitbox that hits as you get smacked with its weapon for some reason, even if it's completely stationary. Oh, I have seen that. I have seen that it's just got super jank hitboxes, yeah. Hi. What a bring dog. Okay, well... we'll see how this goes. There's no way I can defeat Rick. Whew. Will I be playing the FromSoft Switch 2 thing? I don't know. It will depend. It will depend on if I bought a Switch 2 for anything else, then yes, I definitely will. If I just already own a Switch 2, like, might as well try out a game. If I don't own a Switch 2, it'll depend on how popular it seems. Like, if it's popular enough, like, sometimes you want to try out the popular thing, because it's like, okay, if everyone else is having fun, maybe I'll have fun as well. Like, you know, if there's enough, like, recommendations. If by the time it comes out, everyone kind of is hating it or moving on or whatever, it's like, then I'd probably, there's no reason I would. Because, like, I don't know. I don't have high hopes for it. It is a game that I am on the fence about wanting to play at all, and especially to spend, like, $500 on a Switch 2. So we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. $600 popular game. Yeah. What if I buy it and I play it, but then I make a video about how it's the worst game of all time, and then that gets 1 billion views, and then it pays for the Switch 2. You know? Ooh. I was E-worded? Not if I want to stream it. That would be a very, very bad idea. 5-head move. Money off rage baiting. Heck yeah. But if I don't, I also never have to pay for the Switch too. Yep. These are the sacrifices we make. Ooh, Spyra. Spyra, I'm out of here. Nintendo must have paid them a stupid amount of money. I almost certainly yes, and I really hope that they did. That they got their money's worth for it. And that the money that they got from Nintendo will make up for the lack of sales on the game, because it will obviously sell worse being a Switch 2 exclusive than it would have otherwise. So I hope for FromSoft's sake that the money is worth it. And at the same time, I kind of hope that it flops, because I don't want more PvEVP extraction shooter or whatever the heck it is. I want more regular Souls. I'll even take Night Rain, which is not my absolute favorite FromSoft game, over something with a PvP focus in any way. The Stormhawk King. That's not Dean. That's not Dean at all. Just don't want a similar situation to Bayonetta 2 and 3. What situation are you referring to with Bayonetta 2 and 3? Destined to flop because it's on Switch. I mean, not really. Like, the Switch games that they are releasing, I think, are selling well. But Nintendo is the strangest place for a FromSoft fan to be. Because up until now, I think the only FromSoft game that you've been able to play on a Nintendo system at all is Dark Souls Remastered. Right? They have, obviously, no Bloodborne, no Demon's Souls. I don't think they have Dark Souls 2 or 3. They are now finally getting Elden Ring. I don't think Sekiro is... you can play on, this, like... You are not going to have a lot of... If somebody is a FromSoft fan and owns 1 or even 2 consoles, the Switch is not likely to be among those. But maybe that's why. Maybe that's why they specifically wanted them, because they know it will get people that don't own the console to buy the console. Whereas if they got like another game that's known for being on Nintendo consoles. Ow. I hate when there's just a Zamor that you just have to fight. It doesn't sell the console, it just sells the game. Deeply cynical about Night Rain and Dustbloods. I reckon they are both being used for proof of concepts for every big thing they're cooking up at FromSoft. Well, apparently they've been working on the Duskbloods for 6 years, so apparently Duskbloods is the big thing. I mean, unless they only had, you know, their B team working on it for 6 years, but... Oh, man. I can't really just run through here, though. Sure do love when I have to fight a boss just to make it through. Frame trap. Well, that's a little spooky. Are you gonna fall down and I'm gonna have to fight you as well? Like, it's fine if you do. Okay. Because I can just... Oh. Backstab you. Is he still naked? I haven't found a shirt yet. Can't believe that their big thing would be tied to a single console. They know the weight of the brand they have. Well, I mean, Bloodborne was tied to a single console. Demon's Souls, even the remake, which is after they should have known better, was tied to a single console. Oh, it missed. Here we go. Ah. Bat. I just pull the lever and I'll just pull the lever and get out of your way. It's fine. Somewhere a heavy door is opened. Remake was Blue Point. Isn't that different? Yeah, I mean, I guess it wasn't really FromSoft's entire decision because, yeah, Sony owns the IP. Yeah, you're right. Bad at this. I should have. Oh, thanks for the good luck, Parky. How was the streamer awards? Okay. We'll be waiting for an Armored Core game that plays like Sekiro. I mean, I think we got the closest to an Armored Core game that plays like Sekiro that we'll get. And it doesn't play like that much like Sekiro, but... And honestly, Armored Core 6 is very, very fun. It's not Sekiro, but it's, you know, like a tiny bit like Sekiro. Armored Core 6 something at Game Awards, I'm praying. Armored Core 7? Oh yeah, do not want to fight Vike here. Fun My Goat 1, Andy and Panky. Let's go. Yeah, Aggie winning was huge. I did find it funny that in his acceptance speech, you know, he gave his thanks and all that, and that was awesome. And he's like, yeah, and I haven't really been doing like speed runs lately. I've more been doing like different like fun stuff. But yeah, thanks for speedrun streamer of the year. It's like, well, yeah, you know, not wrong. He is too real. I mean, he has been doing, at the very least, and I think there's been other stuff throughout the year, but it's been a long year, so I can't remember all of it. But at the very least, he has continued the randomizer speedruns every week. So he's definitely been speedrunning. He's a little too humble on that, but... Oh, I don't even stagger him like that? That's concerning. Get rotted.
Wait, please. I surrender. No one likes a bull-headed brute, you know. You dicks, boy. Fine. Have it your way. We'll get what's coming.
Oh, he gets unrotted when he surrenders? He's got multiple healing flasks? I've never had a weapon that does this little damage before that I couldn't kill him during that. Okay, charge forth does work on NPCs. Bye-bye. What a shit show. Still no shirt. Never shirt. What was the boss out here? Oh, right, Fortisax. Yeah, no, that's that'll be a no from me. Oh, don't like that guy. Have I gotten big PP shoes in any of these attempts? In many of them. Oh, a second mini Estelle in the same area. Oh, that's cool. That's... Yeah, this is cool. This is awesome. This is great. Although you can shoot them down with Undertaker ult. Yeah, you can shoot them down with a lot of things. Iron Eye can shoot him down pretty easily, but like, yeah. Gargoyles, Twin Blade is non-somber. Huzzah! We finally have something to upgrade. Ooh, Horned Warrior over there. Let's steer very clear. Ever lost a run to missing a Spirit Spring? Not that I can remember. Like, it seems likely that it would have happened at some point, but not that I can remember. I cast Smithing Stone Weapon. Like, I've died a lot to gravity, but not usually at Spirit Springs. The Colossal Sword? I can't. Well, I could buy it, but I can't use it. So, wouldn't be very helpful. Okay, in theory, we now have some damage. Spirit Springs are pretty forgiving, yeah. And you can just pass through them and even then, like, exit while you're still in the air, and usually they'll still work. In addition to, you know, we're just going to take it safe anyway, regardless. He's got some shirts, but I can't buy them. Oh, this could be really bad. I can reset if I have to, but... Is there even an attack of mine that staggers her nicely? Nope. I guess there's jumping R2s. Based on the amount of damage she does, though, I'd want to stay at completely full health at all times, though. Because, yeah, look at how much that is. So I'm going to run out of heals real quick, so... I'll be back later with a better weapon for fighting her. Okay, Knight's Cav should be fine. Ah, didn't realize that reaches that far. And by reaches that far, I mean that him hitting the ground creates an explosion that extends the hitbox. Gosh. Knight's Cavs can take forever with a bad weapon. You just don't always get a chance to attack. Did I fight what's in Summon Water Village? I don't think I have. I had to switch the Twin Blade by challenge rules. It's part of the randomizer settings. It was automatically swapped for me. I had no choice. Gary, another NPC. I really do not like Twin Blades on NPCs. I guess I can try what's in the Everjail, but man, this is not gonna be great. Ow. God, it's so annoying. Can you die to grace? Yes. Yes, you can. Okay, yeah, this will be fine. It'll take a while, but this will be fine. Really cool. Okay. I think I loot the last graveyard here and try to find a better weapon. I think there's just too much that's too bad with this weapon. Spinning Slash I did forget about, which is pretty okay on NPCs, but if I could get a somber weapon, especially like a pretty good somber weapon, we'd be much better off. Is that the headless one? Oh, goodness. Yeah. Yep, and it just goes infinitely. Yep. Okay, Crystal Sword is at least somber. It's not a great weapon, but it'll be okay. It'll be okay. I'm not heading back in at that thing. I've never seen that version. It's infinitely scarier than the regular version. Just does way more damage and is just infinitely lingering hitboxes. Where is it from? There's one in the DLC by Fort of Reprimand, and there's one... I don't remember where the one in the base game is. But there's also one in the base game. Still shirtless. Okay, let's see how it feels against Gary. If it's good enough against Gary, we can then do it on Rakshasa. Mount Gelmir. Ah. This one also has Spinning Slash, so at least I still have that. But now, with a weapon that should do more damage. Okay. It's not a lot of damage, but... Hopefully we can take out Rakshasa like this. Oh. That was a brutal way to start the fight. And she just runs faster than me, unless I torrent. And that's why I will need to stay at full health. I guess do not try to hit her at the start, I guess. Okay. I guess don't try to hit her at the end of Weed Cutter anyway, because this does too little poise damage. Okay, we're learning. We're learning all the things you can't do against Rakshasa. Nope, just don't even mess with that. Nope. Oh, I can't even interrupt her regular slashes. This is very brutal. She's got heavy poise armor and I've got just the weakest attacks. Oh. Very cool. All right. I had to take that very carefully. Yo, what up, Ziggy? Ay, ay, ay. Did not like that. Yeah. Unfortunately, in this game, just small enough weapon types, your short swords and daggers and stuff, just feel so not viable. In a lot of situations. NPCs being one of them. Oh, great. There's a patrolling Leonine.
Oi! You there.
Doesn't look like it will probably see me, but... And is that Borealis?
Well, just thank you. I was pushing
Hey. You leave Bach alone.
So this is all I hope. Or I couldn't then.
Looks like it might be Borealis to me, which could be rough. Where is he going? Yup. Oh. Jeez, that does a lot of damage. Now I'm poisoned too. Oh, and the Leonine. Okay, I'm out. No, this is just not it. Oh my god. What an annoying spot with annoying enemies for an annoying boss. Something I greatly appreciated, Kazan. First, all enemies have stamina too, and second, you can see when it's lowering. Like, it'd be nice to not deal with stamina, sure, but the transparency is so nice. See when it's lowering. I mean, you can see when it's lowering in Elden Ring, right? There is a stamina bar. But I did like that. I did like the more back and forth where enemies had stamina as well. Yeah. Do I take out the Leonine first just to have everything clear? Ugh. It's going to take a while. It's going to take up a lot of my heals. But yeah, he's just too perceptive. For the enemies, you mean? Ah, yeah. Knowing when they're going to poise break. Gotcha. Okay. Luckily, he had low health. That was fine. Yep. Nice. Borealis is a pretty scary one, so good one to get it done with. You really want to find him outside so that you have room to run away. Borealis in a cave is sometimes game over. Hey, we finally have a shirt. Sounds very good, but I kind of think a lot of the recent updates are kind of changing the game too much from what it originally played like. I haven't really played it too much aside from I saw that they added like a boss gauntlet, and that was very fun. I liked that. I don't know what else they've changed. Yeah, normally that's a knight's cab. Uh-oh. Die. Full aggressive always works. Except for when it doesn't and it gets you killed. But
I am where you here. I dare say you're well, but one must. I was ex as a revive. You still? Very well, but I refuse to anticipate.
there. Oh. She sells the letter addressed to Selin. See, so she must have already read it, and she's just selling it. Whatever, I'll just, I have no reason to buy that, but I did anyway. She said no. Selin is selling the letter. Addressed to Selin. Oh, Opaline Hard Tier. I should be using that. Imagine someone is selling a letter you've sent them. I mean, I guess after they've read it, I guess I wouldn't really care what they did with the letter. God, that one attack is brutal. Otherwise, she's relatively harmless. Mostly harmless. What's the one boss I've skipped until now? Fortisax. Are you more of a Morgott, the Omen King, or Margot, the Demi-Human Queen? Do I need to be either? I don't really... I think I would rather just not. The progression definitely could have been done better, but at least they made an effort to make it more player-friendly, I guess. I don't think the gear progression, if we're talking about Kazan, I don't think the gear progression in Kazan is necessarily more player-friendly. Uh-oh. Bird. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, God. I was like, I just run through the Deathblight real quick. I did not realize the Deathblight gas, if you're blocking, will break your block. Did anybody know that? Oh, no. Oh, what do you mean that hit me? Okay, let's check on my Stone Sword key count. I have 2! Can actually complete this without having to buy any. Can't block death, who would have thought? I didn't think I could block death. I just didn't think that death would counter block. You know, like, you know? Like, I thought it would just go through block rather than both go through block and also make me stagger. Like, death not being affected by block makes sense. You know what your Fortnite skin is called? It's called Peely? What? What do you mean, my Fortnite skin? Morgana and Moog were rejected by America, yeah. American Radigan's kids are all... Oh, full-grown Falling Star Beast. Okay. Should be fine. Fortnite avatar? You know, I've never played Fortnite. Well, I played a tiny bit of one round on my friend's Xbox, who was like, try it out. I was like, sure, I guess. What if they made a Souls-like mode in Fortnite? Well, then I guess I'd have to. Yeesh. Okay, 19 down. This has been a weird start, but it's not dead yet, so... Stormvale or Liurnia? I think Stormvale still always makes sense. Gotta even do triple cone edits in Fortnite. Wash streamer, yep. But if I could never do them, then can I even be washed? Or was I just never good in the first place? Oh. Ring Fing. Ow. Ow. Maybe I shouldn't have spent those runes. I might need them soon. Oh well. Bubba. Gotta do the flick. I was already planning on it. Don't worry. Bonk. Ah, talisman pouch. I should have skipped Storm Veil. I could have not had a talisman pouch for so much longer. Vanilla pouch. This is so sad.
It's tight. The guard you breached. Well, but of course. The gates! Open the gates!
Is that bad? Yeah, there are a lot of really bad talismans that when you get, you need to get rid of as soon as possible. And the more talisman slots you have, the more new talismans you need to find to cycle out the ones you don't want. What did I do to deserve? What did Gostock do to me? It's not what he's done to me. It's what he will do to me.
Fit to see when it seems torrent, whereas I'm there is, but I can take gathering.
Gostock is a liar and a thief. Yeah, you can't have sympathy for Gostock of all people. Not Gostock. Okay, so what do I currently have? Not a lot of Sombers. But non-Sombers. I'm missing 2 3s. I have 4s, I have 5s. I'm missing 6s. I'm missing a few 7s, and I'm missing 1 8. But we're almost there on non-Sombers. We can check what we can get from the shop. There's A3, which is good. There's a Somber 4, which lets us immediately skip over, so that's what we'll just buy this very moment. So I don't need 3s anymore. I need 4s, which we have. 7s, I would have enough. 8s, I have enough. I have 7s, 8s. So now we have enough to go right to 4s. We have enough 4s. We have enough 5s. We have enough 7s. We have enough 8s. We're just missing 6s. That's a Somber 6. If we're missing 6s, we have 5s. It gets us to 15. 15 is 2 Somber 6. So I need a Somber 7 and 8. I have a Somber 8, so if I get a Somber 7, we're done. A Somber 7 or smithing 6s. There's also Sentry Torch that I want when I can. Sacred Order is huge on anything. Smithing 6s. Just one more Smithing 6 needed. Unless, wait. 16, 17. Which is 3, 7. Enough to use my Somber 8 and 9. We actually have it. I just need to find a non-Somber weapon. Then I need to find a Somber weapon. Then I need to end with a non-Somber again, I think. But yeah, we have all, oh, or just, there's another just Smithing 6 right there. So all I need is any non-Somber. And we're just immediately done, I believe, right? Because we have 4s, 5s, 6s. I can buy the last 7s. I can buy the last 8s. I shouldn't have bought those 6s now, but whatever. Okay. I even have the dragon. Yeah. I just need any non-Somber. When I redeem, do a flip. What are you doing? A backflip or front flip, IRL, or what flip? I will flip. I flip. That's... I flip. That's all I can tell you. We'll save up and redeem it. All right. And if you don't like the results, no refunds. Do a barrel roll. Out of stock. Oh, somebody redeemed it recently? The flip is not available. Or did it get paused? Is it paused? Hold on. Oh, it is paused. Okay, now it should be back in stock. Oh, but it doesn't work! Well, never mind. Never mind. Refunded. Why does it not work? It was working. I'll have to turn it off temporarily until I can figure out how to fix it. Because this one works. Which is the same bot kind of doing the same thing. So there are refunds? Look, well, only if nothing happens. That's a separate... If it doesn't work, are we gambling? That one should work. That one seems to have been working. $10 gifted to beat you once out of 100 in Fortnite.
Good luck, Mitch.
That's too much effort. I don't want to play 100 games of Fortnite. Well, it's non-somber, but that's a yikes weapon there. But it should be cheap to upgrade at least, so time to go upgrade.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your own.
I need to buy the 7s. I'd be better off with the shield. I actually might. Was one of the 7 like 20K? It was... No, it was whatever that price was that I just paid.
That no matter.
Okay, not quite enough then for the 8s. Whatever. I'll be able to afford it soon. I don't need to like sell stuff that I might want. So plus 10, so how bad could it be? Actually pretty bad. Well, now it's a plus 21, so how bad could that be? Yeah, and it's Frenzy Flame, which is probably the worst one. If you're not going to be able to frenzy things, which generally you can't. And I hear an aging untouchable. Okay, it can break shield guards. You know, I just, oh god, I don't have the rusty key. I was actually gonna go around through the rusty key spot. But I don't have the rusty key, and I can't go to another zone to look for the rusty key because we're now region locked here because I killed Margit. Otherwise, I would totally go the long way, but now we don't have a choice. I don't think there's any other way. Is there? Actually, wait, maybe you can go this way and then get around? I actually think you can. Hold on. I think there's a way there. Just kidding, there's not even a way in here. Never mind. This doesn't do anything. Never mind. I'm dumb. Yeah, so the only other way is fully around, but you need the rusty key to continue then. And I can't get the rusty key. So we have to go through. It's the only option. Time to die. Elden Ring, Prepare to Die edition. Go to Gostok's room. There's a hole there. Yeah, but then you need the rusty key. That's what I'm saying. What if he doesn't notice me? Oh. Oh. Wait. Wait. Well, yeah, with also the big mouth. Yeah, that was not gonna happen. That was not gonna happen. That was a guaranteed death location, and I couldn't go around. Oh well. That was just a GG's go next. Yep. That was just nothing you can do there. Yep, French. There may not be a worse set of 2 enemies to get in any given location. At least I don't know that I can think of any worse 2. Maybe if you replace... No, even if you replace the Big Mouth Imp with, like, a Horned Warrior, like, it's easier to run by Horned Warriors, I think. Once you're in the castle, you can't even leave to look for the Rusty Key anywhere without killing mobs. Well, the Rusty Key has to be in a key item location. In other words, it's going to be off of a boss to kill. And I can't go kill bosses in other regions until I finish the region that I started. That is what the region lock is. So, it was not going to be possible for me to find the Rusty Key. Technically, I could have checked Fort Height and gone for the Hail Mary 1 in 230 or whatever that of checks there are. Technically, it could have been possible, but not really worth our time. Better to just send it and pray. Because it was very unlikely that that would be exactly the case, and then you give up on the possibility of getting rid of a talisman later. So you lock yourself into a bad run for the possibility of it becoming easier. How do you finish a region? You kill all the bosses in it. So I had to kill Godric's arena. It would be so easy to kill this Crystallion right now. So what if I just did? Go. Grover's Games. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. All right, we're gonna test something. Ah, I messed up the testing it. That's okay. I was supposed to hit her and then have the thing come back and hit me, but I got scared and I was like, I'll do it on the next one, but then I got hit anyway. I wanted to see if you could properly get the kill and the cutscene out, but messed up. What if I... Would have been cinematic. What if I reset this seed just to test that? Because, like, it should be possible. This is the run-winning seed, though. Surely. Surely this game will ever let me be done with this Forsaken challenge. Surely we are not literally stuck in purgatory. Elden Ring. You're at Godric. You can't beat him. I try to call other players, but no one comes in. Any tips? Practice. Do it more. Learn, get better. Or if you're like, I don't like this, go somewhere else. There are lots of other places you can go, and then you could come back later when you're stronger. If you were able to kill Margit and get to Godric, you can definitely get Godric eventually. Sunflower.
Good luck, bitch.
Thank you for the good luck. But it's absolutely possible to just go somewhere else and come back later. All right. So we're going to take a little break in this run. Keep the seed, and I'm gonna test if there's a way to do the kill and die. So Prage is our actual run, our actual first time seeing it. And then we're gonna make a new character just to test. I just want to see if it's possible. And this is a solid seed for testing that. Hello. Also level vigor. Definitely also level vigor. Although, early on you're not going to have that many runes. But definitely level vigor. Vigor good. Oh. Well, that's one way to immediately lose it. She stands up with a hitbox active. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Testing again. Testing again. Is there a French mod add-on for the randomizer mod? No, it's just settings. Or, I mean, that up there is an add-on mod. The overlay. Thanks for the good luck. Oh, it missed me. That's dangerous. Oh. And I don't know if I have the right health now. it disappears immediately. Oh, you can't. That's so sad. The hitbox disappears immediately. Sag. Can't do it on a Crystallion, at least. You probably then need an enemy that does rot in order to be able to do it. If we ever find an enemy with rot, though, at the start, then we can consider it. Because otherwise you have to... Oh, no! And then it says you died. Even though you don't actually die. You know how we know you don't actually die? Because my runes stay. They'd still have the 3,000 runes, so... Okay, now back to the real one. Our actual first attempt through the seed. I gained no advantage or information from what we did, so... We're testing with the Crystallion at the start. I was trying to both defeat it and die at the same time, so that I could maybe get a boss killed while also getting teleported to Limgrave without the "you died" showing up.
And I can also that you're not then. Why I am caught.
Somber 2. It's nice. Really cheap rune arc. I guess I'll take that now. How did I know what Crystallion drops? Wait, actually, you're kind of right. I actually do know what Crystallion drops. I'll forget by the time I'm there, but... Everyone successfully completed this challenge. Been wondering. Yeah, around 10 people have. At the house, I'm going to be number 11. Well, I'd bet the house against it.
Have they, sir, but you? I can turning.
I mean, we'll get it eventually, but
Then it summoned me. Ah.
there's a lot of people always still trying for it, and I don't know. It feels like we are going to be stuck on this for a very long time. Because every run is either a completely unwinnable scenario, like we just had in Stormvale, or I finally get a run started, and then I just do something stupid and just die off of the edge for no reason. Or we get a technically winnable scenario, but like 0.1% because it's... like DLC scaled enemy in a tiny little corridor with like 3 enemies, but like it's like technically possible. The one in Stormvale, that one I'm not counting as technically possible. That was Aging Untouchable plus the giant big mouth that I don't think you can even hit. Like, nah. Maybe you can, but not with an Aging Untouchable there. But it's never the things that are actually supposed to be difficult in a run like this. The point of a run like this is what's supposed to be difficult is like, oh, you have to go into a boss with a random weapon that you haven't seen before. And it's like, the use what you get, has it mattered like a single time? Like this challenge would be, I think for me at least, exactly as difficult if I got to choose my weapon and stuff. Because it would still just be either completely unwinnable scenarios where it doesn't matter what I'm using, or me, you know, falling and dying to gravity where it doesn't matter what. Like, it has been so long since we've had just a death to like, oh my god, it's just a hard boss and it's hard to beat with this particular weapon, and this, it's just like, nah, I can kind of make my way through almost anything. Until you get just like the stupidest thing in the randomizer that you just can't deal with. It's so funny how basically everything about the entire challenge just literally doesn't matter except for the fact that it is randomizer and permadeath. And you could take away all the rest of the restrictions and it would basically be 99% as hard. Basically just Deathblight Lion. Yeah, I guess technically Deathblight Lion, which actually, have we even died to Deathblight Lion in a run yet? I feel like I may always put enough prep in that I'm not sure we've actually died to him yet. But if we did, that would be the one case where a better setup would actually make a big difference. In your eyes, it's all luck. No, I'm also making big skill issues. Falling off of the edge is not luck. That's a skill issue. But over half of our deaths are entirely luck, yes. But I need to make it so that none of our deaths are skill issues. That way, I will eventually get a lucky enough run. But it is more than half luck. It is probably at least 70 to 80% luck. At this point. There's a minimum skill, right? It's 100% skill if you don't have the skill. If you are unable to kill certain bosses, if you're unable to beat certain encounters, then you will not succeed at this challenge, period. But once you have hit that threshold of, yeah, I can beat every boss in the game, from there it becomes like 70 to 80% luck and like 20 to 30% skill. Honestly, maybe even higher. Maybe it's 90% luck. I don't know. But it is certainly much more luck than it is skill once you have hit that skill floor. Use what you get does impact aging untouchable since you can't reliably get a parry shield. You know, that's true. That's true. That's more in the realm of luck than, you know, the skill. Like the interesting part of use what you get isn't, oh, you actually have nothing you can do because you don't have the right stuff. The interesting part is, you're stuck with a bad weapon, and how are you going to get through with this bad weapon? It's going to be really difficult. Not like, oh yeah, actually you don't have a solution. Die. But, yeah. But it is true, yeah. There is the lack of ability to deal with aging untouchables in some situations is a problem. Are quit outs not in boss fights allowed? No. Well, aside from like you're in a completely safe location where there's nothing at all that could harm you and you want to take a break. You're allowed to quit out to end for the day, you know, things like that, but you are not allowed to quit out in combat. You're not allowed to quit out if you're falling. You're not allowed to quit out if you're so far from a grace that it can be reasonably assumed that you might be in danger, even if it's not readily apparent what danger you're currently in. The general advice is probably always go back to round table before you quit out. I go with 82.7% luck. Ah, yes. Well calculated. You get screwed over with heavy load too early on. Yeah. But since it only affects early, like, it's just not, like, that big of a deal. Like, if you have to reset a few times to get a run started, like, who cares? Okay, big club. I love me some large club. So I guess that makes us strong enough we can start killing some things. And 100% reason to remember the name. It's got to be more skilled than luck. Surely can't be coincidence that two of the most skilled Elden Ring players, Gino and Blanks, finished the challenge very quickly. Well, similarly skilled is, you know, Aggie, who also has finished it, but it took quite a few more attempts, even though he was close to doing it on one of the early attempts, because he got unlucky. Like, it is 100% more luck than skill. 100%. Much more luck than skill. But, right, again, there is the skill floor. You do need to be skilled to a certain point. It is a coincidence. It is an amazing coincidence that probably the best Elden Ring player also got the most lucky. If you watch Gino's run, which I haven't watched it in its entirety, he did get very lucky. But I've asked about it multiple times, and I've been told, and it's like, oh wow, yeah, he got that. Yeah, that's really lucky that happened. Wait, and also that happened. Wow, that's really lucky too. So he is probably the most skilled, but also got the most lucky for sure. He also added extra conditions on himself. Was it just the no memory of gracing? Was that the only thing he added as well? Did love watching Aggie get repeatedly sniped off clips. Yep, that was the unlucky part, right? Aggie could have done it in 4 attempts or whatever when he had a really good run, got sniped off clips, and then several other times, you know, get sniped off cliffs from enemies that you can't predict. Like, it just happens. Blanks also got it early AF. Yeah. And like, I don't want to take it away from Blanks, but there was a whole competition with 5 or so people, and Blanks got it the earliest out of those people. But it's sort of like, if you know statistics, having many people attempting and one of them gets it early is not necessarily indicative of, like, that person was the best. Like, that just sometimes does just happen. You know, you get enough attempts from enough people, and someone's going to get lucky early on, even if it feels like it's a very luck-based thing. And even Blanks took 8 attempts, right, which is great. But if it's not at least, you know, 7/8 luck, then why didn't he get it in the first 7? You know? And if it's not at least, you know, 9/10 luck, then why isn't anyone else getting it in the first 10? Like, it is 100%, it is very, very, very luck-based. Also, you know, there is also the skill in there, for sure. And as I said, if you don't have the skill floor of at least being able to kill every boss in almost any arena, you're just never going to make it through. But once you have that, it's a lot of luck. Okay, hopefully Ralva is scaled down nicely. Nice. Nice. Mini Midra was replaced by an aging untouchable, would you be allowed to swap to a parry shield, or would you need to find a new one? I would assume you would need to find a new one. That would be a funny situation. That would that would certainly be something. Okay, well now we're forced into a Cincadilla, which is not a weapon that I really wanted, but which boss has the most potential to kill the run? Deathblight Dancing Lion, because of the Deathblight part. Second most potential? Wormface, because of the Deathblight. Third most? Probably actually not Fortisax, even though Fortisax had Deathblight, because... ooh. Oh, Alablaster locked away. Locked away in a merchant where we'll never get to use it. That's so sad. That's so sad.
You don't want any.
Cincadilla is somber. Okay. I'm immune to Deathblight. How would you know? Well, I haven't died from it yet. I could get the second alibi. Wait, is there two? Oh, there is actually. There is two. Wait. Maybe I was locked away. I mean, I'm not allowed to purchase and use... I'm allowed to purchase, but not allowed to use weapons from merchants. And each weapon in the game, as a general rule, appears once somewhere in the game. So if Lord Sworn's, or if, let's say Ice Rind Hatchet, for example, is here on this merchant, it will not be anywhere else out in the world. So it is locked away in this merchant where I am not allowed by the rules to use it. What if this is a Somber 3 right here? Oh, Somber 4. That was so close, though. Hippo, I think, always scales down properly. Darn, the needles don't get stuck in the ceiling. Nice. Ease. Those breaths should do poison damage from the look of those chompers. Ugh. Imagine. As a randomizer handler weapons that are infinitely farmable off of mobs, like the Noble's S-Stock. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it either places it somewhere in the world, or those weapons specifically are then placed on a random enemy to be farmable. I'm not sure if it keeps farmable things farmable, or if it makes some weapons that were farmable instead drops, and some weapons that were drops instead farmable. I don't know. I don't know the exact specifics. Ow, 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 ow. Jeez, that hurts. And I have a tiny little dagger, so I can't stagger him. Place on other enemies so you can find smithing stones and somber stones and stuff. Like sheep. Okay. I think it's just a run through grab. Get the heck out for this item, which wasn't even necessary. Which is why you kill every little critter. Ah. Godric with Nepheli, let's go. And for this seed, it adds it somewhere in the world as well as place it in some enemy's loot table. Ah. Come on, get down here. Well, if we ever need a great shield for some reason... Oh, we are heavy. It'll surely be fine. We've got a great shield. How bad could it be? Most OP weapon for all bosses, no death randomizer. Alablaster Lord Sword. Dead run? Nah, we'll be fine. Simply send it. Who needs rolling? I might have wanted rolling, actually. Maybe. No, I think we're fine. Aha! Ooh! Don't want that. Oh, he's got a lot of rot, though. Oh, yeah. What? Okay. Yeah, that did not work. That did not work at all. Why was that so much rot buildup? I swear they don't normally do that much rot buildup. That was just actually instant. And it was those guys have a literal frame trap. Even running full away, it's just a frame trap. They have some of the dumbest moves. full frame trap there. I hate those guys. I don't know why they put that frame trap on him. At least they'll use what you get finally mattered. Yeah, it usually matters at the very start. It just doesn't matter, like, after the very beginning. Once you get a leveled weapon, any leveled weapon, it's, like, fine from there. I don't think anyone thinks much of the duelists because they're such a pushover most of the time. Yeah. But very, very poorly designed enemies. Like, they are usually pushovers at least, but like, if you actually have to deal with their moves, they are so badly designed. Just horrendously terrible. It's just like all frame traps. They have, well, not all, but the only moves that they have that ever hit anyone ever are their frame traps. And it's like, okay, cool. They look cool though. I mean, I guess they could have made them look cool and also have fun moves. Adorable luck going in low poise and fat roll. I mean, yeah, but that was my own fault. I was just kind of being aggressive for the sake of it because we were only 30 minutes in. I could have gone out and attempted to not be heavy, but a magic build, they just never stop attacking. Yeah, it's really bad. It's either you have something that can stagger them, or it's just like, wow, this is completely unfun. And if you have something that staggers them, then they don't do anything, and then it's like, is it fun to just hit an enemy that doesn't do anything? They can only exist on either end. They either do literally nothing, or they never stop doing everything. And either way is not fun. Kind of like NPCs if you can't stagger them. Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's a lot of enemies that are, or bosses that are sort of like that, where if you can stagger them, you can just like trade hits, hit them before they're hit, like whatever. And if you can't stagger them, it's like, well, this sucks. Stamina. Like, Death Knights are like the much better version of duelists, where you can still stagger them, but even if you can't, they've still got nice, fair moves. But maybe this one is an exception. I don't like that lightning one. At least that one, at least, like, you can sort of get away from, but... Well, the HP is so tanky even with Rick scaling. Yeah. DLC bosses getting scaled down tend to be very tanky. Is it just random when a DLC boss scales badly, or is it certain ones? It's certain ones. Onz's damage never seems to scale down properly. Maybe not never, but like often doesn't seem to scale down properly. And all DLC bosses, I feel like their health doesn't scale down properly, but like maybe it is technically proper, but it just the way that maybe it's like their defenses. Maybe it's their health is actually scaled down properly, but their defenses don't get scaled down, so you with an unupgraded weapon do much less than you should or something. I'm not sure. I don't exactly know the reasoning for the very specifics, but almost anything from the DLC tends to not be quite right in the base game, either in their health or in their damage or both. It doesn't take into account your lack of skidoo, etc. I think it does, like, but I just don't think it. I don't think the maths well. Like, you know how, if your weapon is split damage, like this is pure physical, but if your weapon was like split, half physical, half magic, it basically does nothing in the early game at all. It feels completely useless. But then by the late game, it's like, no, this is a great weapon. I think it's that same kind of thing where low numbers get destroyed by defense. And because things in the DLC have high defense, your low numbers get, like, shrunk down to basically nothing, I think.
But I can alter that to your lot then. Why? I am Khan.
Whereas once you get scaled up, Storm Stomp on all melee armaments, but I don't think it's good, though. Hello. Started doing randomizer runs. One run, you had Gideon Ofnir in the Godskin Noble arena, wearing the Godskin Noble armor. You died because you were laughing too hard. That is how that works. Gideon will cosplay as whatever arena he's in. Ooh, Smithing Stone 1. Ooh. Storm Stomp and Lifesteal Fist are good. Lifesteal Fist I know has uses, although I would probably not make good use of it. Storm Stomp is good. You sure? Enemies have base stats and scaling is a multiplier. That's why some enemies like Mesmer soldiers are always strong. Yeah. Yeah, that is true.
I bequeath. It will sound torrent. Treat him with.
Treat him with. Ow. Lowly Revenant. right, let's upgrade our weapon right away.
This way, tarnished.
Storm Stomp can make things flinch.
I am the will. I'd heard tand upon the talk thou art but call for.
It has uses. Okay.
Forgive mine intrusion, tarnished. I doubt we shall again.
Okay. Zweihander +3, but unfortunately not any armor yet. If I had some armor, I'd be happy to just take on more bosses, because I do quite like Zweihander, but I think we need to gather a few more things and hope. Will I play Bloodborne using emulator someday? Hopefully I will play it on an official PC port someday, but... Okay, more gauntlets. We've gotten 3 gloves before any other piece of gear. PC Bloodborne. Look, it'll happen someday. Probably. Probably. Ever played Bloodborne? I would insta-buy official PC port, pre-order and all. I wouldn't pre-order, because I just don't pre-order, but... I would buy it day one. Official PC port will be announced at the Game Awards. Surely, that's what the big statue was in the desert. It was Bloodborne on PC. Even though it looks nothing like Bloodborne. And nothing like a PC, probably. Well, it was the Souls of the Damned looking, so it might be PC.
Name's let me ask. Are you here? Does your despite? Yeah. Takes me any intro line. Now's the
Have you felt that feeling you completely reverse even though this is a completely different planet? No, I don't think I've felt that. Symbolic dark form. You'd be a little weird in YouTube. You may want to take it back a little. Where already have Silksong, so not completely dead yet. That's right. We got Silksong eventually. So if Silksong is possible, anything is possible. I mean, we don't have GTA 6 yet, but once we have that, hey, we've got pants. Let's share everything on Discord in case it helps. All right, awesome. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help! I please. I just give and I'll don't dally. Give it your all.
Give it your all, I say.
Well,
GTA 6 is officially announced at least. Yes, but it also was officially announced, wasn't it like with a release date? Or they said at least like 2025 and then like, ooh, actually 2026. Oh, big weapon downgrade. This is so sad. Really cheap stone sword key. I should buy that while I'm here so I don't forgore. Ever talk about further relay races? Would love to watch a use what you get rando race. Oh, that could be fun. We haven't directly talked about it, no. Aside from the mention that we want to do more, and that Aggie was like, I've got some ideas for more. We're probably strong enough. I can send a few. Banished Halberd isn't great, but like it's +3. It'll be fine. But I mean, after that, he was getting ready for the game or for the streamer awards, so it's not like he would have had time to plan out another relay race in the meantime. Restart another time? Well, yeah, infinite restart simulator. Oh. Oh, I'm so dead. Yeah. Yeah, no chance. Yeah. That's, yeah, no. Okay. No crystal darts. No damage. No health. That was, yeah, I don't know about that one. Should have read the warning. Yeah, should have done it. Should have read the warning. Is that Moonvale? It's now officially Monday. I think, right? It's Monday now. We got ourselves a Moonvale Monday. All right. This has to be the run. You didn't hit more early graveyards, just preferred to leave them for later. I prefer to leave them for later if I have a good enough weapon. Oh, Fia's champs. I mean, there's no way I could win this even if I wanted to, so why don't we try to anyway? Honestly, even getting to the final phase on no health, no flasks, no upgrades on a Liurnia scaled boss. Already pretty solid. Oh. Ah! Wait, why did it say you died? What? Whatever, I don't care. I did it right. I don't care that the text popped up. I did the thing that you're supposed to do. Maybe because of multiple phases? Maybe? Oh, bleh. Initial boss went down, causing a weird scripting thing. I guess maybe. I don't know. Oh, well, I don't care. Oops. Yeah, I gotta stop that. All right. No one validates these runs. Yeah, this is just a personal challenge. The rule set even is kind of just a recommended rule set. Like, there's it, you know, if you're really not doing this run and you claimed you had done the French challenge, then people would be like, okay, that's not right. But like, the exact specifics of like, well, actually at the start, if you... There's that. And actually, if you count your regions differently, it doesn't count. Like, no one cares. It's just a general guide work for how to make the challenge run. Is there a boss order you need to do? No. But you do need to complete an entire region before you move on. But then you can do the bosses within that region in any order you like. Aw, Moonveil already gone. This is so sad.
And I can also that you're not then. Why? I am caught.
Replaced with an absolutely terrible weapon. I already miss it. Monday over already. I've never seen a weapon that actually just can't kill a bird in an entire stamina bar. God, this weapon's... Oh, I don't have torrent! Oh! This weapon's so trash. Generationally bad. Urge. Can make wind tunnels.
But you, I can play
Ah.
to aid you. You need to the foot. Then it summon I bequeath. It will summon torrent. Treat him with.
Placian Garg's arena done. That actually seems like a good arena for Placy, right? Actually enough space? But nice. Never enough space for Placy. Well, you kind of don't want too much space as well, because you want to be able to get behind him when he does the lasers, if possible. Ooh, Ash of War Chilling Mist. That's pretty nice. And you can just add cold without having to lose damage. Placy, but would not want to fight him outside of the arena. I don't like Placy. And I also wouldn't want to fight him out of the arena, but I feel like it should be fine. Use that rune arc? Yeah, I should do that in a bit. What is that sound I hear? Bloodfiend's arm. Now there's a weapon. Distance out the laser, don't trust the close-up strat. I mean, I would only trust it if I can actually get all the way behind him, but yeah. Is it like Fire Giant? I think it's Fire Giant right there is what we're hearing.
Name's but let me ask, are you here? Does your despite takes me back any interest? All I know, now's the time.
Oh, if I Chilling Mist on this, and then our charged R2 clears the cold because it does a little bit of fire.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, the setting does remove weapon requirements.
I just and I'll
But Plasty for the same reason most people love Bale, he just aura farms. And that is not enough for me. That's not why I love any boss.
well, I
So since I want to keep this weapon, even if it's +0, we'll go immediately kill things after I check this merchant.
here is a
Twos. Ghost 1 is a probable we'll want later, but we'll have it in the round table hold when we do want it. I'm currently heavy. But even just with a bit of runes, we can hopefully fix that. Usually care more about the mechanics of the fight, but I make an exception for time-traveling dragons that spit lasers. Ah, yeah. You know. Fair enough. I do not make that exception. Oh, and that's already enough to be medium. All I needed was 1 point. Okay. Can you not pick anything up when you're satisfied with your build? No, you must pick things up that are directly along your way that are not dangerous to pick up. It is in the rules.
Forgive mine intrusion, Tarnished. I doubt we shall again.
Can you avoid walking ways that have items? Yes, and I do that so that I can pick them up later. But if it's within the way that you're going, if it's not way outside of your way to go over there and pick things up, you don't have to pick up 100% of all items in the game. But if you're going right next to an item and it is not covered with enemies that are going to attack you and possibly kill you, you do have to pick it up. Oh, I can't chill you. But luckily you stagger pretty easy. Usually Ghost Flame Dragons take forever, but with this weapon, that was pretty quick. Nice. No spoilers, but Night Rain DLC final boss is Cinema. Yeah, I mean, they do literally, like, say in the trailers, but I guess if you haven't even seen the trailers, I guess it could be. Okay, Somber 1. I also have a Somber 2. I do have a Somber 2. I also have a smithing one that I could use for my current weapon. Should probably do all of those upgrades before I potentially get a new weapon. Just in case.
Well, you're...
Your favorite Everdark is probably Gladius. I don't like Everdark Gladius. Oh, and now I'm heavy. That actually might be fine against Godfrey. What do you mean that hit me? All right. It was definitely not quite how I drew it up, but it's fine. So now, hopefully that is enough runes that I can be not heavy again. 9,000 seems like a good amount. Start by going to 15. We're still heavy. The 20. And I'm medium. Okay. Actually, what boss is here? Oh, Bubba, huh? Bye-bye. Only missed buffs my weapon? I know. And I should have been using it more, but whatever. Elmer doesn't have any additional moves. Does he just stronger? Bubaha. Yeah. As far as I know, Elmer is just stronger Bubaha. Ooh. Deathrite bird. A little scary because of you can just get caught in the ghost flame while getting also attacked. So I'd rather be a little stronger before we do that. I think all bell-bearing hunters can do the explode shield, but I don't know. Casually, I only remember it on Elmer, but apparently I think that was wrong. I think it's on all of them. All I'll do is just distant base whether or not he uses it. Right. Not a stone. Why is it called Elmer? Well, that's his name. There's one bell-bearing hunter called Elmer. He's the one that lives in the shaded castle instead of going out and actually hunting for bell bearings. Ah. Okay. Weapon downgrade, but not a huge downgrade. Still a very solid weapon. Tibia. This sword for cooking giant sausages on an open fire. Like that, yeah. Or marshmallows. Okay, that's not one of the ones that we needed to avoid. Unfortunate. I was hoping we just got and then got rid of a bad talisman. Do you think the fire giants ever roasted marshmallows over the forge? I mean, they had to have. How could you not? Over their weird stomach mouths. Yeah. Could be as well. Holy proof-dried liver. Well. What? That's clearly cheating. You think your life would be better or worse with a face in your torso? I feel like it would be harder to get people to click on and stay on the stream if that's the thumbnail, so probably worse. Whose face are we talking here? It'd be easier to get people to come to stream? What do you mean? Well, I mean, what I say is hopefully doesn't be taken as insensitive, but like you know, like if someone has, for example, a deformity, which face on your chest, I'm not sure if that would count. Like, I feel like that's probably not an advantage. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But as far as I know, being closer to normally, conventionally attractive is generally the positive for streaming careers. As far as I know. I like, and I don't want to put that in any disparaging way, but I think those are probably the statistical truths. What if the torso face is super fine? Oh, well, you know, actually maybe then. Nice. The torso face turns anyone who makes eye contact with it into stone. Can that happen over the internet? Are they unable to click off of the stream once they click on because they've turned to stone? It's easy if you're handsome, don't get me wrong. There are many studies on how looks can influence opinion. Yep. We are easily influenced creatures. Depends on the personality. Like, if they have an arm sticking out of their neck, but they're funnier than Danny DeVito, that's a god-tier streamer. That, you know... That could work. That could work. Okay. Oh, let's also make it chilling. I keep forgetting to do that. I think we keep it standard and we just use the Ash of War to apply a frost buff to our weapon. Because we only need one frost, so making it also cold is probably just overkill. How much cold does Chilling Mist add? Is it as much as like a freezing grease? I would assume it's as much as a freezing grease. What else streamers show how they look? You don't want to. You don't need to stream with the camera. That's true. But given that I currently do, and I'm currently having success, a change to that is not... is, you know, possibly could be greater success, but... certainly no guarantees of that. Bye-bye. 60 frost build-up per hit. I think that's the same as a grease. It's like 110 or 120. That would be way more than a grease. Grease is 63. Sweep does 120? Wait, what's sweep? Oh, the sweep with it. The like initial attack. And then also leaves a cloud of... frost so they can get frosted. Aww. This is so sad. I mean, it's still not a bad weapon, but... my frost! Instead, all I've got is this. Which is fine. Reason I'm killing all the enemies, by the way, trying not to die. I've got not a lot of health right now, so running through and running back through can be scary sometimes. If I have to, I'll run through and run back through, but if I can, take it slowly, take it safe, kill everything in a very controlled manner, then I will do that. I haven't gone there yet. Oh, but you are weak to holy. I think the ash on this is holy. Regardless, whatever it is, it does a lot to them. Okay, well, while I have this, then, why don't I do the Deathrite Bird? And it's like Black Flame, it's a solid weapon. Ooh. Yeah, that's definitely not bad. It's a fitting helmet, sort of. For our Black Flame-esque weapon. Nice. Okay. Let's check what's here. Did he holster the first time with this thing? Surprisingly hard solo. He's tricky for sure. Killed the whole family of birds. Okay, there's fire giant over here. Second phase. This could be awkward a little. Let's try to clear out some enemies to give ourselves space to move over here to fight him. Well, no longer our appropriate helm. If everything in the area is cleared out, this fire giant should hopefully be just fine. I don't know how good our defense is, though, right now. Okay. Seems like the area is cleared out enough. Oh, except for you. Nice. Who up firing they giant? right.
Good luck in the run. Greetings from Germany.
Yo, thank you for the good luck. The doll, thank you. And thank you for the 100 bits. Let's go. Ah, can you come out here? Oh, maybe you can't. Oh, there you go. You go downstairs to make some bacon and eggs. Will the run die? You can't risk it. I mean, maybe, but that's... Every run can die at any point. So... You're gonna have to make bacon and eggs at some point. So we'd rather have the run die earlier than later, so you should do it now. Can't beat the French challenge without breaking a few eggs. That's right. And bacon.
Oi! You there? Could you... You were just... Thank you. I was... When I ended up... Oh, when they... And so this is...
Stab. Oh, we got another roller. There's 2 rollers on the screen. The goat. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Maybe someday in the future we'll have some Star Trek technology where we can teleport food to your favorite streamers. Look, if you're willing to wait some time, I believe there are services where basically you can place a DoorDash order for me and pay for it without ever getting my address. I think. So you pay, I get food, and nobody gets doxxed. I mean, not that you need to do that. I'm perfectly capable of getting my own food, but... You know, if that's the technology you're looking for, of teleporting food to streamers, that's pretty much close enough. 500 pizzas. What's my least favorite food?
Very well, but I refuse to anticipate.
I don't know that I have like a specific least favorite. It's always the Stormhawk King. It's never Dean. But like... 100 cigarettes. That would be my least favorite food, but I would probably like the thing that I think that I like the least, that I feel like can ruin a meal that other people like, because obviously there's just like things that are not food. There's things that are just not edible, but like what I feel like can ruin a food, if it's got it in it, is like big chunks of like tomatoes or onions. Ooh, shared order. Clearly. That is least favorite. Yeah, least favorite. That makes sense. Like if they're like hidden in there, or like just for the flavor, or like cooked in and then taken out. Or if they're like cooked down to the point where they don't have too much texture, like all fine. But if I'm just chomping onto a big old bite of onion or a big old bite of tomato, I'm like, I'm out. No, thank you. Okay. I agree with the onion, but tomatoes are chill people. It depends on how much. It depends on how much. A little, fine. But like a big old slice of tomato. I don't know. Beat base game and DLC, every boss except Chalice Dungeon Shenanigans. Very good game. Let's go. I still have not played Bloodborne. Oh, wait, actually, don't go there. We're at 12. Yeah, it's time we can do Everjails. Used to eat tomatoes like an apple. Holy. I wonder if I would even mind that less. Because then it's like you're expecting that texture, whereas just like throwing it into like a burger, for example. I want burger texture. And, like, I feel like the tomato, like, conflicts with that. More than other things. Oh, what do you mean I didn't get the dodge off? Ow. Bonk. Tomato by itself is delicious, but there's no place on a sandwich except a BLT because it's part of the recipe. Mmm. Like the flavor of onion, tomato alone. I don't like the concentrated flavor of a full slice of one in something either. I don't mind the flavor of onion or tomato. I think. Maybe I do. Maybe at that concentration I mind, but for the most part it's the texture. Not going to invest in your tomatoes and onion store. Probably not. I think you'd have to... I don't think my expertise would help there. Nice. You enjoy sun-dried tomatoes. I'm not 100% that I've had sun-dried tomatoes. Spits on farmers and their crop nationwide. True. And I'd do it again. Tomatoes make most dishes unnecessarily soggy. That's what I feel like. It's like the texture just becomes soggier with the addition of tomatoes. Just need 2 ingredients, sun and tomato. What about the dried, though? Don't you need to add in the dried? My spaghetti extremely soggy, I agree. See, on spaghetti, like spaghetti... I mean, I'm not like a fan of like tomatoes, like with big chunks of, but like a marinara or like a meat sauce that's like a tomato-based meat sauce. So I think I like the flavor. I just don't want to be chomping on chunks of tomato. Is that so much to ask? Is this truly a crime, officer? Needs to be soup-like. Tomato is always better in sauce form. I feel like a lot of things are kind of better in sauce form. Like, I think I'm just a texture. Like I just got a weird thing with texture, but like. anything that's in sauce form or like chip form, like, you know, you dry it out to the point that it's just like a chip, like it just crunches. And like, I'm generally like, oh yeah, even things that I'm like, I didn't think I liked, but it's like, because I was always like, oh, I don't really like pickles. But then I had like pickled chips or like, you know, pickled juice on something. And I'm like, oh no, pickle actually kind of cool. I just don't like crunching on a pickle either. Strawberry isn't? I'd have strawberry sauce. I'd have strawberry jam, strawberry jelly, strawberry puree. I mean, I don't know about a strawberry chip. I'd try it though. Fried pickles? I think I have had fried pickles, and they're all right. But it's still got the pickled texture on the inside. But it's all right. You like porridge? I hate porridge purely because of the texture. Never had porridge, so don't know. Oh, I still don't have my, oh, God. Well. Okay. That worked. This weapon was good for this.
Well, that was not at all of the randomizer.
Nah, it's fine. See? It's fine. It's easy. Good to get out of the way. Butter is your worst enemy, and you can't eat most meats because of the fat. You don't like the taste of it? Interesting. I like the taste of butter, but any really fatty meat, I have trouble chewing. I have had meats that are, you know, there was fat, but it actually melted in your mouth instead of like, no, it melts in your mouth, and I'm just chewing on fat, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna spit this out. I'm actually not swallowing this. But I have had some that actually melted in your mouth, and I was like, oh wow, that's actually good. But most meats, if I'm chewing on fat, I am actually going to get a napkin and spit it out. I don't think I've ever experienced the melt in your mouth effect. I think I've only experienced it literally in Japan. There's just something about the, like, I'm not gonna be a you know, everything in Japan is better, but like, I genuinely think that is the only location where I have had that experience. Whoa. Maybe it's just because while we were traveling, we decided to go to, you know, nicer places or whatever. Maybe you could get that same experience in the US and you just have to look for it. But, you know, we were traveling and so we're like, oh yeah, of course we'll go to the nice fancy high. We're on vacation. We finished steak. So I had it with, I want to say it was like pork in a ramen bowl, which is like a really good ramen bowl. And maybe the broth also helped with the effect. I'm not sure. And then also on a steak, yeah. I think it was pork. Ow. Don't like when that happens. I do not like you. Get wholly damaged. Ketchup or mayo? Mayo! What were the other options if the winner was 36%? Ah, a lot of people for both. Yeah. Neither. Mustard. I mean, mustard is also good. The secret is all three, depending on the situation. Kind of surprised mayo alone beat out ketchup alone, though. And in fact, all three together if you're having fries. Your best dip for fries, IMO. That you just do at home. Is just you mix like half ketchup, a quarter mayo, a quarter mustard, something like that. Okay, you're being a little rude here, you know? I mean, I guess if you definitely like one of the sauces best, you could probably adjust that to be the largest amount. That works. Ah, talisman pouch, of course. We knew it had to happen. Hey, sir? Almost accidentally killed the boss while dealing with trash. Yeah, I probably... For that skeleton one, it's probably actually safer to just go for the boss. But... it feels like the safest option is to deal with the skeletons first, you know? Even though the boss could just instantly be dead. Yo... What up, I heard? Sacred tears sure are shy right now. Yeah, that does happen quite a bit in Limgrave. And we can catch a few and mix them together. We call it the special / crab / company sauce. Yeah. I mean, I call it fry sauce because I put it on fries. When it's just ketchup, mayo, mustard. It's just all three, and they're all good, and they all add a little bit to the flavor. Does the randomizer give Fire Giant in a small stage? Not in too small of a stage. There is some in place to make sure you don't have Fire Giant in like the tiniest little cave. But I have seen Fire Giant in a kind of small cave. 17. What did I skip? Have I gone to that ever jail? I think I have. Summon water, maybe? Let me check. It was summon water. My feeling was correct. No mercy for patches. Where does steak sauce fit into your combo? Just on steak alone or overrated and barbecue? Barbecue sauces. Barbecue sauce is very good. Steak sauce, I don't think I've had on anything other than steak. On steak, I don't know. I feel like I like it less than just like making sure the steak is like well seasoned with like salt and pepper and, you know, all that stuff. I don't know that I'm a big fan of steak sauce. If I had like an unseasoned steak, oh, I'm definitely taking some steak sauce. Add it on. But I feel like a well-seasoned steak, I don't know that I need it. And hiya! Morgoth's Great Rune, the best Great Rune, although it's going to be a while till we can activate it. With your passion, which you talk about sauces, how are you not 600 pounds? You know, maybe I am. Maybe the camera just makes me look less than I am. It's just a trick. It's all in the legs, yeah. Okay. I have one stone sword key. We can check if there's a second one to buy. I think there might have been.
Well, you're
Not from you. I haven't gone to that merchant either. I guess I should. Like Texas Roadhouse's garlic butter on your steak. Ooh. That does sound good. Like Squidward in that one SpongeBob episode. I could have swore there was a stone sword key somewhere, but none of those, so I guess let's check the merchant. How do I like my steak? Medium rare. Yeah, medium rare is usually the best. I'm also okay with medium. Rare, I don't think I could do rare. Like I don't think I could do rare, but medium rare to possibly medium is good for me. If I would become an Elden Ring boss, who resembles me most? Unfortunately, Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. I do tend to be a know-it-all. Excuse me. And if I don't know something, I get the people around me to go find it out for me. That's you, chat. You guys go find things out for me, while I just sit back and observe. I'm a big nerd, yep. I mean, we are the Tarnished. You are Tarnished. Yep. Okay, I have to move on to the next zone because I cannot get another stone sword key yet, and I will come back when I can. Which is Latin for Mr. Know-It-All Fancy Pants. Yup. I've Googled stuff for you, so it's all part of my tricks. It is. And then, just as you think that you are finally going to move on from Twitch, get your life in order, I'll be there. Ah. I knew you'd come. To stand before the job application. To become a fast food employee. Jeff Bezos has high hopes for us that we continue to watch unto eternity. A man cannot get a job. +3. Holy! I've ascended.
Warrior blood must run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Would like to stay near the middle if possible. Just the interviewer, but wears different outfits. Ooh, and I'm sorry, you weren't quite cut out for this position. You're gonna have to go back and keep watching Mitras more. How did I know that you? Oh, come on, look at you. Come on.
The gates! Open the gates! What's a deal?
Just different mustaches each time.
Tarnished.
Ooh, big rune. What did I do to deserve? Foul tarnished. In search of becoming a fast food employee.
It seems torrent, whereas I'm there is, but I can take gathering plate. Very let my hand.
So in the interview, I watch the Mitras team while I work. Ah. Will the chatter sub if he has no money though? Parents' credit card.
Oh, welcome to I teach and explore so that one ensuring by the way. You most time you are well.
Okay, there's a smith. I'll just buy it, whatever. Emboldened by the want of a paycheck. Ooh, cheap. Okay, so I do have a somber 3 that I just hadn't used yet. Wonder where I got that. Okay. And that will get me to 7. I'll need 2 3s then. Which I don't currently have. Then I'm missing 4s. I have 5s. I'm missing some 6s. I have 7s. I'm missing it. Okay. There's kind of a lot that we're currently... Oh, there's an 8. Of somber. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Yo, Pink Pengu, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. What do you got, Gostock? Ooh, a smithing 4. I'll take that for now. Oh my, look at how cheap that crab is. Cheap, cheap crab. Holy, that's some cheap crab. That's huge. Buy these in case I'll need it. There's a somber 5, so if I can get a somber 4, I think we're like all the way through pretty much. The giant rat ashes cost nothing? I mean, I guess I might as well then have it on the bar. Never ate crab? Oh, crab's so good. Are you forced to buy a stone sword key now? Yes, which I did. Speaking of. Grass cost HP if I remember correctly, but it didn't say that they cost HP. It said that they cost nothing. There was an HP cost and it was a dash, and there was an FP cost and it was a dash. It said they cost nothing. They added crab from Night Rain? Both the enemy and the item. They stole them from Elden Ring Night Rain. Ishizaki'd better sue Miyazaki. Rats also increase in number as you upgrade them. That's kind of sick. Rats. Get them, rats. Oh, my rats. You'll pay for this. Yeah, I don't think that costed anything, right? That... I think I was at full health, full mana. An anti-rat boss. They don't cost it. That's solid then. That's if I just need to have a summon on the bar just in case there's an Invis Assassin or something. I mean, that's pretty worth. Birds will carry this run. Birds. Do the rats also get stronger when you level them up, or do they only get more numerous and then a single AoE still destroys them? They don't cost runes to upgrade, just the glove ward. Wow. What if they cost nothing to upgrade? What if you could just upgrade them? We both. Only ways to test it. I guess this will be the rat run. We'll have to test it. The crab and rat run. Cheap crab. Cheap summon upgrades because they're rats. The Burt Brigade. Okay. Oh. Woo. Do I have... So I need 3s. I currently have 1 3. Could I buy a second 3? I need to go double check. If I can buy a second 3, then we are... probably, like, fully upgraded, basically. I can love boluses. Yeah, because I can get enough 4s from this. So were there any 3s? Lot of 2s. No 3s. This is so sad. I mean, I might as well upgrade once, though. Rats increase on level up. They just don't get stronger. They just don't. Huh. So then, shouldn't they have more than 5 rats, then, at max level, if all they do is get more numerous? Or do most of their level ups do nothing, and then only at certain breakpoints you get more of them? The latter. Oh, that's... well, that's kind of bad, then. I don't think we're going to be the Rat Brigade. You gotta have something that actually gets stronger so that it can survive a hit later. Four at level 5 and 5 at level 10. Yeah, having to get that many upgrades just for one more rat is, unfortunately not it. Something like 60 rats level 10. If so, would lag the game so bad on your rig? No, only 5. A Great Horn Hammer with Chilling Mist. Very nice weapon. Also, I still just never grabbed the Physic Flask. Let me just go grab that real quick. Would my level 10 be like 15 or 20 rats? That would have been so funny. That would have been cool. Like, if it was just, they start out as 3, and then there's 10 levels of increase, so you get like 13 rats by the end. Like, it still wouldn't have been good. They'd still die to any AoE. But that would have been really funny. Like an actual just giant swarm of rats. Mr. Krabs over here. Yep. One of the silliest looking weapons in the game? A little. It's just a horn on a stick. Just kidding. Axe of Godric it is. Still like Axe of Godric, but... certain charm about it. What was I gonna look at? Oh, right. I was gonna look at... Windy and Bloodsucking. The only 2 bad tiers together. I think those are the only 2 tiers with negative effects on them. Aside from exploding, I guess. Ooh. Okay. Somber 4! Wait! That's the thing I need! That's the thing I needed. This is a run. It's looking good. Who had the 5? The last one I checked. 7,200. Oh, I also need the 8. Okay, so now we should get all the way to Somber 8. Hopefully, if I have enough money, at least. Fond and well. Okay, now we're just missing a 9. Which I don't think there was in any shop. And an ancient. I mean, I can check if there are any 8s or somber 9s in the shop. I wouldn't be able to afford them right now, but... Nope. Okay, so that is as basically as upgraded as I can get right now, but that's still quite upgraded, so we're pretty good. It tells me giant rat spirits increase their HP from 429 at +0 to 3,184 at +10. Aha! Rats Brigade. The Bird Brigade is back. It was an 8, I think. Smithing 8. I either need 3 smithing 8s or a somber 9. And then I need an ancient as well. But I'm sure I'll find those soon enough. Ooh. Solid rune there. Your Christmas shopping done? I have not done any Christmas shopping. But the good thing is that for the most part,
You then believe it or for a while or a true my name, presuming you only.
like, my parents are happy to buy themselves things and then wrap it and say it was from me, so that they get exactly what they want. And I don't have to do shopping. And honestly, that's the greatest gift they could ever give me. Not having to go shopping. Also, we really need some sacred tiers. I just realized how sacred tierless we are.
Surprised no matter why. Oh, but don't.
Some interesting Ash of Wars. I'm asking for money because you blew it on Cyber Monday. Yeah. I mean, that's usually, that's all I really want. And then all I really want is money. But my parents will come up with ways to give me money towards something. Like, for example, oh, we're paying for your GDQ flight. That, you know, I've already booked myself anyway, but it's like, oh, thank you. Something like that is often my birthday and Christmas gifts. So it's like they're giving me the thing, even if they're only really giving me, technically, money. Oh, that's... I don't like trios. I mean, I don't even like duos, but... That's one way to iframe through your attack. All right. A Crystallion with a bubble, yeah. Just two trios, Fia and Crystallions. I think so. Sacred Tier! I knew it. No one's money, then ad starts playing. One of the assumed few who dodged the great sub-gifting wave of 2025. Holy. I didn't even know that was possible to dodge. Oh, Lobter. I'll just go up and around. That works. Yo, Stein, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. More of the logic to rush high scaling and get it done, or be methodical and level up as much as you can before high scaling. I think there is a proper mix of the two. Like, I think, honestly, in this particular situation, I maybe should have done Weeping first. Because I don't have any flasks of any sacred tiers for my flask upgrades. But I think in general, if you have enough flask upgrades, doing Weeping only gives, like, maybe, like, 50,000 runes in total or something. Which is, like, the equivalent of one boss later. So it's, like, you're not really getting stronger by doing Weeping. So you may as well save it to get rid of a bad talisman, potentially. Again, unless you really need the sacred tears because your flask is not healing for anything. Because every boss you kill has a chance to drop a sacred tier. But also, Liurnia isn't that difficult. I don't feel like I'm probably gonna get outscaled in Liurnia, so it's probably still just fine as is. Okay, let's fight up here where there's less poison. He's got the all-knowing armor. Is this Rykard music? Oh, we got Lightning Scorpion, but then we got Dragon Crest Shield, so that probably basically perfectly negates the damage reduction missing from Lightning Scorpion. So we don't even have to worry about it. Moog. It's Moog. Okay. That's the DLC one in the beginning. Yep. Is it 5% reduction or is that just Night Rain? I think that's just Night Rain. I think in base Elden Ring it's like 10 or 12%. I think. I believe it got reduced in Night Rain to make it more appealing to use. 'The random setting that allows for non-multi-bosses to be used for multi-boss fights. I hope not. I hope not, because if there is that option, somebody's going to make some stupid challenge that uses it, and it's going to be the worst thing ever. Oh, Dane's footwork is very bad. %, damage increase for 10% damage taken. That sounds right. Which is just not a good trade-off. Even if you're doing lightning damage, that is not a talisman you should actually use. You can get close to that amount of damage increase for no damage taken extra. In a lot of cases. Okay, so now I need to go pick stuff up because I need to get rid of this. The physic tiers give way more too, as far as I know. Yeah, I think they're 20% for the physic tiers. But I mean, physic tiers are supposed to be better than talismans. Oh, that's a good weapon. Yes, great sword of yeah, that's the good one. Yeah. It's fine with Incants and Bolt of Grand Axe. It's fine, but like, if it's 12% damage increase for 10% damage taken, your effective chance to beat the boss is only 2% higher. It gets into the and obviously if you're trying to speed run, that's fine, right? But casual playthrough, your odds of beating the boss do not go up very much, even if you're doing 100% lightning damage. Because the downside is about as bad as the upside is. Correct multiplicative damage buffs, but same multiplicative damage decrease, damage taken. Like it's all the same. It's fine for hitless. Yeah, it's good for hitless for sure. It's good for hitless, but a casual playthrough, it would not be good. People say the same about Radagon Source Seal, but it's worth early. One of the worst talismans in the game late. Just bad. Just real bad late. But really good early. But I like big damage numbers. You know, fair. If you're trying to have fun, it negates the fun. Well, it can be fun. You just have to have fun doing big numbers, but also dying. Is it though? It gives 20 levels. Yeah, 20 levels late isn't worth very much. 20 levels early is like, oh my god, I'm, 50% more powerful. Oh my god. 20 levels late is like, yeah, I'm like 2% stronger. Oh, and I take 15% more damage. Like, all levels, since they all have like a soft cap, getting 5 past the soft cap in all your stats just does nothing. Okay, so we crabge. And we make sure to run away from Gaius to start. That was a very strange start from you. Like, I'll put it this way. 20 levels is worth less damage than any of the other damage talismans that you could put on. And you also get the negative downside of the 15% more damage taken. Like, there is no argument that that either of the Source Seals or Scar Seals is good late game.
Flip and chooses Tails.
Oh. Tails, it never fails. Even if those 20 levels were all in your main stat, in the late game, you would still get more damage benefit out of Two-Handed Talisman. You'd still get more damage benefit out of Ritual Sword. You'd still get more damage benefit out of... I'm trying to think of the generic ones, but pick the one for your build. Lord of Blood's Exaltation if you're a bleed build. Blade of Mercy if you're a stagger build. Etc, etc, etc. Like, even if you don't care about the downside of taking more damage, which you should, it's still just a bad talisman late. It still just doesn't give you as much damage as other things. Ooh. Duo. Oh, great. He and Bro going for McDonald's. The Fell Twins. Do they call it Great Sword of Damnation because I curse whenever I use it? Well, it's so good, though. I love this one. Scorpion Charm, though, it has use case scenarios for Catch Flame and Flame Spear, but rarely. No, like, yeah, all of the Scorpion Talismans, if you're doing exactly that type of damage, and you're doing a speed run, or like a hitless run, or anything like that, they're all excellent talismans. But if you're doing a casual playthrough, or deathless, or anything like that, they are all some of the most miserable talismans you can have, even if you're getting full benefit out of them. Even if you're doing entirely that type of damage. Okay. Wondered about those guys and their vanilla arena. It's super odd, kind of a Moog Morgott Link. Yeah. I guess it's like they're trying to protect their fellow Omen's Great Rune spot or whatever it is. I don't know what a Great Rune activation spot is, why it activates Great Runes. Oh boy, Lobter. Snow Lobter. The great sword of HE double hockey sticks. Whoa, you can't say that. It's a Christian stream, a family stream. We can't be saying those things. I never finished this run. I haven't yet, if that's what you're asking. Family stream. Together.
The result is tails.
I think that thing there is just a gesture anyway. Tails, it never fails.
Resident_Seagull has been added as a VIP. Congratulations.
Yo, congrats. There's your VIP.
You are free. I would say if you find unless.
What's your preferred weapon for a randomizer no death run? Alabaster Lord Sword. Well, I need some smithing 6, so sure. Or actually, no, I'm past smithing 6. So close to being able to do VIP. Or to getting timed out for a week. Why is the Alabaster good? Because think of something you'd like in a weapon. Imagine the word in your mind of what do I want out of my weapon? Okay, if you thought of status, go away for a second. But if you thought of anything else, if you thought of, I want my weapon to have range. Alabaster's got good range. If you thought of, I want damage. Alabaster's got good damage. If you thought speed, it's pretty fast, especially for a greatsword. If you thought, I want it to make enemies flinch so that I don't have to deal with, you know, duelists and fell twins and things like that, it does that. If you thought of stagger. Oh, if you thought of poise damage. Oh, if you thought of poise damage, you definitely... Anything you thought of, aside from status, Alabaster is above average to top tier in everything. Oh, all other good weapons have some sort of drawback. And then Alabaster, on top of all of the benefits it already has, costs almost no stamina. So you can just keep swinging it. So its DPS, which was already good, even just considering the fact that it's just got good damage and a pretty good swing speed and animation and all that, gets catapulted to the stratosphere because you can just keep swinging it without having to stop. You don't have to stop and recover all your stamina to be able to dodge after. It's you. Can you You can! Ah. Unfortunately, it does not interrupt the making of illusions, but... Hello, you. Oh, no, hello. You? Stab. I like Great Katana because it has all those things and double status. So Great Katana costs a lot more stamina, is slower than Alabaster, but yes, it does have double status. I would argue has a worse swing of it. The overhead can sometimes miss because of things, but yeah, Great Katana is really, really good. You know, but I think Alabaster definitely takes it over Great Katana because of the costing effectively 0 stamina is just silly. And the Ash of War on this weapon in PvP is hilarious. It's so slow, so it's basically impossible, yeah. Great Katana does not have all of the things of Alabaster. It does not have all of the things. It's got some of the things. Great Katana has okay speed. I wouldn't say it's got the speed of Alabaster. It does have better range. It has less stagger, significantly less stagger than Alabaster. It's got equivalent damage. I think it's got equivalent damage per hit. It has status, which is the one thing it definitely has, you know, for sure over Alabaster. If Alabaster cost full stamina, Great Katana would probably edge it out, like just a little bit. But it would be very, very close, I think. Is Great Katana better at low RL because of the double status versus no status? Depends on who you're fighting. Depends on who you're fighting because that low endurance, that low stamina cost can easily make up for not having status. RL1, no upgrades, you know, literally super base. You are not allowed to make your character stronger in any way. Yeah, I'd probably go with double status. Even triple status, technically, you can get on Anspur Rapier. But that's, you know, that's a very specific type of thing. I'm Bloodhound's Fang. I do all the things. I have status and I can be greased. That is very, very, very nice of Bloodhound's Fang. You know, still costs more stamina. But Bloodhound's Fang, certainly also a top-tier weapon. Top-tier weapon. We love Bloodfiend's Arm, though. I am a big Bloodfiend's Arm enjoyer. I wish it was ever the meta in like bingo or anything. I guess maybe it was like day one when nobody knew. Full-grown falling star beast? This is an awkward arena for that. We're definitely going to take him across the bridge, I think. But, like, preferably not when he's charging at us. Full speed. Maybe this spot is fine, actually. I guess this spot is actually kind of fine. I'm not that close to any edges. Oh, except you are. Oh, that... Oops. Because he was closer to the ground it contacted earlier. Enemy fell. Oh, speaking of a Scar Seal. But we still have our Dragon Crest Shield Talisman, so I don't need to be too worried right now. Look up. Really wanted Lord Rimhard to see him. I guess so. Definitely need more Sacred Tears. Sacred Tears would be very nice right now, yeah. Those are your least favorite enemies to fight. The Falling Star Beasts? I don't mind the Falling Star Beasts. It took a lot of practice, but now I don't mind the Falling Star Beasts. Yo. Erica's temporarily increased tarnished stats. Yep. Not in any of the stats I care about, but... Somber 9! Wait, that's what I need. I guess I'll do it after this cave, because it's not going to make that much of a difference. Yeah, the flask is not getting it done. Let me tell. Oh, it's got impaling thrust. It should be fine. It should be fine. We keep getting talismans, but not sacred tears. One R2s on those have a pretty insane poise damage for how fast they are. Oh, are they the Does it not do the same thing if you're two-handing? Oh, the charged R2s is different. Okay. It's Castus? Cestus? Siestas? Excuse me. Moveset? I think.
Bless you.
Thank you for the bless. Let's hope for no gravity memes this time. Well, there will probably be gravity memes. You need to kill the sunflower to progress. You had a weapon that couldn't riposte. Would you be allowed to use your hand, or are you screwed? You don't have to riposte the sunflower. It would just be the next phase has more health. The riposte in one phase just hastens its transition to the next phase and does damage to the next phase. So you would just have 3 full health phases instead of 1 full health and 2 lower health like you normally do. No! I got Horned Warrior Greatsword, and I was like, oh, that's a good weapon. I can use that weapon. And then immediately Dryleaf Arts. Ah! The order we took that graveyard in was exactly the worst possible. Should go level up? Yeah, I should use the 9 that I have. But... weapon, yeah. I also need to buy some stone sword keys so I can actually unlock the thing. You know, to run with only footwork and arts, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. But it's kind of bad. You know? I remember being excited for it when I saw... I guess that's the cheapest one. When I saw it in the trailer, but then, like, playing with it, it's like, this just feels weird. Okay, hear me out. What if, instead of weapons having multi-hit moves, where you press the button once, and it does like 2 hits or sometimes even like 3 or 4 hits from a single button press. What if a single button press was like 1 punch, and then you would go like click, you'd go like press, 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 press if you wanted to do like a 4-hit combo.
Redeemed a coin flip and chooses heads.
You know? That way, it doesn't feel like it's just a slow weapon in disguise. It actually feels like a fast weapon. Like Eddie in Tekken 3. I haven't played Tekken 3, but probably. That sounds good. See? Upgrades permanently apply to all weapons in the run. To new weapons you pick up. Okay, but I can probably kill a falling star beast even with dry leaf arts. Let me see if I can put any Ashes of War on it. Only Palm Blast, which I can undo to make it Palm Blast. Go all in. I hope your kids can eat bananas tonight. That is the best way to ensure your kids won't eat bananas tonight, is by going all in. Against a target like Falling Star Beast that has big punish opportunities and a big hitbox to hit, it's doing pretty decent. Did he just spawn that under himself instead of under me? Oh, talisman pouch. It hurt itself in its confusion. This weapon deals so much poise damage. Yeah. I mean, especially not the, especially like the Iron Balls type fist weapon deal way more, but still these do good poise for sure. Fights and footwork aren't top tier. I think people underrate them. I killed every remembrance in the game on New Game Plus, and they did fine. Yeah, they're fine. They're just not, like, great. I would struggle to call them good. Maybe you can put them in the category of, like, good. Definitely would not put them in the category of great.
The result is tails.
Fine, but no Alablastin. I mean, it's many tiers down from that. Oh god, it's the headless one. Well. Oh, jeez. Just run, just run. And Mimic tiers are really annoying with it because they're just Dane. Or are they? Maybe I'm just Dane.
Bengu99 has been timed out for a week. 07 in the chat.
No, don't crab. Oh, yeah, you got this, buddy. You got this. What? I told you it's all that Tails never fails. I specifically informed you of how it's rigged. Real Dane has been all the characters we played along the way. I think that in PvP is hilarious, by the way, doing it around a corner so it goes off right as they turn the corner. Yeah. Man got 21 tails in a row. Do not doubt. Do not doubt the tails. Everything's coming up tails. Okay, I did not realize that would hit the exact opposite side of him. It's not going great for the number of heals that I have. All right. I should say the strength of heals, not the number of heals, but... Controversial opinion, DTS is your favorite mini-boss type enemy. I would love DTS if his hitboxes didn't linger for like an entire second longer than they feel like they should, and have a radius approximately 7 times larger than they should. If it were not for those two facts, I actually like his moves. It's just the actual hitboxes of them are atrocious. Are just like, oh, he slams his you know, thing down here. I'm on the other side of him, behind him, and away from him over there. And I roll at the right time, and somehow it hits me all the way over there after my roll has concluded. And I'm like, the fuck? The thing you hate is the fireballs. That's also understandable. Crab. Oh my god, so many crabs. I don't know that we need that many, but like... I could just buy 200 crabs. I could just buy 200 crabs. Why not? That's the thing they don't tell you. You can just buy 200 crabs. They can't stop you. Which long-time fan and first-time chatter. As a big lore guy, what would you say your ranking of Soulsborne games are based on the amount of lore you know for each? 1 equals most lore known, etc. Largest percentage known? Sekiro 1, Elden Ring 2. Largest individual amount of lore things known? Elden Ring 1, Sekiro 2. Dark Souls 1 third, Dark Souls 3 after, then probably Dark Souls 2, then Demon Souls, then I think I know the least about Bloodborne. Ow. I'm definitely not much of a lore guy. Like, lore can make a good conversation while I'm streaming, but it's not something that I, like, ow, care so much about that it's, you know, like, I'll watch the occasional VOD vid for the entertainment, but how much of that do I retain? Who knows? Ooh, abductor duo. Well, we'll see how this goes. I've got some rats to help me. Go rat them. Okay, it doesn't look like they're scaled. Oh, too high. There we go. All right. Is Deathblight Dancing Lion a mini-boss? I mean, there's no distinction between main bosses and mini-bosses in Elden Ring. They're all just bosses, but I'm assuming it's anything that isn't like a remembrance boss being a mini-boss. So if we're counting that, then Deathblight Dancing Lion would be a mini-boss, whereas regular Dancing Lion would be a major boss, but... the game itself does not make that distinction. Watch like 3 body vids and that's it, Lamal. I should play Dark Souls 2 and read all the lore, every single bit of it. It's very important. I'd say mini bosses are more like Grafted Scion in the volcano area. Like non-bosses that are just elites. just special non-boss enemies. Maybe Dane's footwork can get upgraded to good. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade Dane's footwork to good, or Dane's dry leaf farts. This one, whichever one I have. I'm still definitely not putting it in great, but I've officially upgraded it to, yeah, it's good. I think there are still probably times where it's gonna get me killed because of its excessive movement and is that an aging untouchable I hear? I hear something. And or very committal attacks because you have to attack multiple times at once, but okay. Yeah. Let's do that catacomb. It's Footworkers Peak. I hope you find that next. We already found it. It's right there. It's no longer usable. We already found it. Notice how little stamina this weapon uses? That's great. Yeah, I think that's probably the big benefit. You can keep attacking with it for a long while. I guess it could be great if you train against every boss with it so you know what you can punish with what attacks and what you can't. Well, there's still just kind of an objective ceiling to how strong a weapon can be. Like, even if you got every punish possible with the perfect, thing, like, some weapons just do more damage and more poise and attack faster and cost less stamina and, things like that. So, I still think all the great weapons are greater than this, but I think this is better than all the okay weapons. I think it's definitely somewhere in the good category. Big hand! Oh, don't like. Was invaded in Shrine of Mana. Dude dropped Seed of Giant. Makes regular enemies aim him. So it became co-op with a red invader. Huh. Interesting. Any weapons in the shops that I'm saving for in case I get a trash weapon? I can't do that. That is against the rules. I'm not allowed to buy any weapons from any shops. Oh, that's a whole gargoyle in here. I'm just gonna move on. There's no way you fit through that door. This was the only game where you had fun getting invaded. I don't think I've truly had like fun getting invaded. I think I've had a few like mildly positive experiences getting invaded in Dark Souls 1. I think by the time I played Dark Souls 3, I was over it. I was like, no, thank you. I hate invasions. I am not a fan of invasions. Nice. I do like Palm Blast, too. Palm Blast. Invasions bring them back. And if you get to opt in, then it's fine. But I know that people will then say, well, that defeats the point of invasions. The point of invasions is to invade somebody who doesn't want you to invade them. To ruin someone's day. I'm like, I really don't. See the point of legalized harassment. You know, video game, not like real, like, but like, where the point of it is to be a dick to somebody. Is that a dancing lion? Okay, if it's the Deathblight dancing lion, we just run away from the forgs. In fact, no matter what, I think we just move it away, where hopefully if the forgs spawn, they won't, be able to get to us. It is. Okay, I don't see the forgs. I think we're fine.
League of Bloodborne PC will be announced on TGA. Surely this time it's real.
Surely this time it's real. And I believe it wholeheartedly. Nice! Scariest boss in the run. Down and dealt with. Let's go. Sheesh. Okay. And yeah, no, Bloodborne for PC is not going to be announced at the Game Awards. That would be awesome, but it's not happening. Get palm blasted. The lightning and water may have been bad. Potentially, yeah. So we got a scarier boss out of the way, and it was easier for us. Now we just need to get Datakar's Woe and all Crucible Talisman gone, and we'll be rocking. When DLC was about to come out, the number of people invading outside Moog's arena, trying to ruin the day of people just trying to get access to the DLC, was staggering. You sure that wasn't the effect of far invasions randomly sampling areas with players in it? Or you think the highest concentration of invadable players at the time? That's true. But also, you have to opt into invasions in Elden Ring, so why were people opting into invasions if they didn't want to, you know? Oh, sludge. We're doing co-op with a friend. Oh, right. You have to open up to invasion if you want to do co-op. I'm way too scared to palm blast him, even though it would probably be very effective. I do not know what I am safe or unsafe to do against ADM, so I'm just going to take it real slow. Oh, you can just jump it. That's really, really rude. And his attack is just enough to stagger me out, yeah. Yeah, definitely a bad weapon for at least this NPC. If it was a cold fist, maybe it'd be better. Yeah, it looks like you just fight him pretty normally. No shenanigans. Just punches. Okay. Lies of P isn't Lovecraftian, but it shares the combat system and dark themes. It's Bloodborne down to the finest little details. And I don't know why no one talks about that. It's not? It's not Bloodborne down to the finest little details. It clearly takes inspiration from Bloodborne, right? Like, we can all agree it takes inspiration from Bloodborne. But it's not Bloodborne down to the finest little details. There's a lot that's very different about Lies of P than Bloodborne. Identical 1-to-1 exact replica. Oh, sorry, my bad. Like, the entire defense system of Lies of P, there is a dodge that can become, if you're locked on, does become like a dash instead of a roll. Very Bloodborne-like. And then there's also an entire guarding system. An entire guarding system that Bloodborne, I think, technically has shields, but, like, is effectively entirely new to Lies of P. It's visually like Bloodborne. I mean, it's dark like Bloodborne, absolutely. It's steampunk instead of gothic. Or, it's sort of gothic. I don't know. It's not Victorian. Bloodborne is Victorian. It's France, Italy, like, aesthetic instead of England. But, like, you know, it's European aesthetic, older, more technological. But, like, yeah, there's 100% there's similarities there. But yeah, it's just not. It's not like the same. Recoverable health with rally mechanics? Sure. But based on its different blocking mechanic system that's not in Bloodborne. Right, in Bloodborne, you just get hit and then you just keep attacking and you rally. In Bloodborne, and it's like relatively short in Bloodborne for how long you can rally. So like you kind of need to be aggressive to get it back. In Lies of P, it's recoverable health is your punishment for failing a perfect guard, and you can recover it anytime in the next, you know, in the next calendar year. You can recover it. So you don't actually have to be aggressive in Lies of P. Right, you can take blocks and then, like, eventually slowly work out when you want to attack to bring it back up. In fact, does it ever go away in Lies of P? I think it does. It's been a while since I played. I think it eventually goes away, but I think it's like it's a pretty long time. So, like, the entire pace of the combat feels a little different between Bloodborne and Lies of P. Even though they have, like, these systems that share some DNA, 100%. And then the actual way that you interact with them as a player ends up actually being pretty different. Not, like, entirely different, but, like, it's definitely not the same.
Who won the French challenge bet?
Blanks. I was not in that, but it was Blanks. Lies of P gameplay-wise is closer to Sekiro by being a bit more, perfect guard, deflect-centered. No. It's not. Because Sekiro is so... That's not the only thing that's different, but... On a sliding scale, yes, Lies of P is between Sekiro and Bloodborne. But it's definitely still closer to Bloodborne than Sekiro by quite a large margin. IMO. But yes, it does also share some DNA with Sekiro. Taking inspiration from that as well is very cool. Oh, word face. Sekiro is a lot more aggressive in gameplay. Sekiro is a lot more... Well, first of all, it's more rock, paper, scissors. Second of all, it's more directly back and forth. It is directly my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn, based on, like, the deflection system that even the enemies use against you. And the way that you can stagger enemies. If it's not their turn and they try to attack when it's not their turn, you can go, no, it's not, my turn. And you can hit them out of it, and now it's your turn. That doesn't really exist in Lies of P. In Lies of P, bosses are more like Souls bosses, where they're just going to keep doing their attack regardless of what you're doing. They don't, like, react to you as much. In Sekiro, where they're, like, it's like constantly like what you're doing and what they're doing are like an intermixing of each other, etc. I could go on about this all day, and if people keep talking about it, I might. Lesbi's kind of balance of the two. IMO, it's like 70%, 80%, somewhere in there on the like Bloodborne Souls side, and like 20 to 30% on the Sekiro side. It's definitely not in the middle. Like, changing the button from a dodge button to a block button is definitely a difference, but it's not... Oh, we've got a square-off sword, eh? Probably we're fine. We're probably fine. The damage on this is not high, though, so... We'll see. I don't think our rats will do anything here, unfortunately. Maybe we should have spawned them anyway, because they don't cost anything. Okay, our damage is good, at least. Oh, square off is so slow, it got me. Like that. Oh, big damage from the square-offs. Nice. Effectively explaining why I don't consider Sekiro a Souls game and still insisting that it is one. It is. It still is one. Yes. Like, Kazan is a Sekiro-like, not a Souls-like. There's a difference. Nope. Kazan's way more Souls than Sekiro as well. Like, it's still... Kazan still does not have those aspects that I described of what would make something more Sekiro than Souls. It is not the presence of a button that blocks. The presence of a button that blocks exists in Souls. It exists in Elden Ring. There's a deflect tier in Elden Ring. But the way that you interact with that deflect tier within Elden Ring is the same as the way that you interact with the Perfect Guard system in Lies of P, is the same way that you interact with the Brink Guard system, is what it's called in Kazan, is not the same way that you interact with the deflect system in Sekiro. When you deflect a boss in Sekiro, their combo stops. And they are now... It is now your turn. And you go, and then they deflect you, and now it's their turn. Or the enemy attacks, and deflecting isn't even the right option at all. You need to know when to jump instead, or Mikiri counter instead, or just dodge a grab instead. Those are what makes Sekiro Sekiro. And Kazan does not have those. Lies of P does not have those. The only game that has those is Kanagi Usagi, which is just a ripoff of Sekiro. It's always my turn. Not a huge fan of the defensive deflection games. Lies in Sekiro movement, such as rolls, is much more fun than letting a boss throw move after move at you. I like it the opposite way. Generally, I like when bosses are allowed to attack quickly and you're allowed to defend quickly. But I think both are very good. I think Elden Ring has a roll system and then gives enemies attacks like you have a deflect system, which you can with the deflecting hard tier. But oftentimes the attacks in Elden Ring are not designed around the roll system. But if you design them around the roll system, like they are more of in Lies of P, they're actually even more designed around the roll system, or in Dark Souls 3, or even Kazan, although Kazan is kind of like slightly different. But whatever. I think work great. I think Elden Ring overdid it and broke its own defensive system, where it doesn't quite function properly. Deathrite bird with no wings. Nice. Mesmer IMO is perfect for the roll system? Almost. He has one pseudo frame trap that doesn't work well with it, but otherwise, pretty darn good. Yes, absolutely. Midra was like, they were flexing on how well they could use the roll system for Midra. His attacks are like perfectly timed to give you a good feeling for this is how the roll is supposed to feel. It's got some positioning to it where you can go in certain direction, like it's peak. But a lot of other bosses, they really stretched it too far and broke it. That's right, rat. Wish Midra lasted longer, which is funny because Midra has the highest health of any boss in the game, aside from gimmick bosses like Rykard. And he doesn't even have like that low of resistances either. He's just such a fair fight. He's just so good that you can just keep the pressure up on him. Balls! Trapped forever, where I cannot use them. This is so sad. Not visiting Ronnie? You do not need to in the randomizer. The quest item that you would normally get from doing all of Ronnie's quest is just a random pickup that, not like random pickup, but is just a key item pickup that you'll find later, and that lets you skip her whole quest. Godfrey and Midra have the best mix of rolling attacking. Agreed. Agreed. No balls. You may look but not touch the balls. If you do give her the Finger Slayer blade, you can go to Deeproot earlier. Interesting. I don't know why you would need to, but... You get random items from quests then? Yes. Just completely random items, the same as what you would just pick up off the ground. Speaking of Peakdra. Alright. Sword may be fast. Not quite that fast. Like, are you seeing how, like, actually many hits it's taking for me to take down Midra? Like, it is actually taking more hits than other bosses. I'm just getting those hits in relatively frequently. It's a slow waltz, yeah. And one that, like, is so good, you don't want it to end, and it feels like you just started. Even when you've been dancing for minutes. Wish Midra was added for Night Rain. Bro, Midra could be so good for Night Rain. It was so easy to find him. Not find him until late in the DLC. Yeah, it is very possible to find him and just kind of be overpowered by that point. Honestly, just give me more vigor right now. Yo, Sev! Yo, thank you for the raid! Welcome on in, Raiders! Let's go! Permadeath or bust. Oh boy, we've had a lot of bust. We've had a lot of bust, but surely now we'll get the permadeath. Is there any way Midra would be scaled with higher HP? Yes, if he was in Bale's arena or Consort's arena. I think are both scaled higher than Midra's arena. I let go of holding the walk button when I didn't mean to. Went off that a little bit too fast. You want to take it nice and controlled. 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 There we go. It was visually so cool too, yeah.
Kink71 redeemed a coin flip and chooses tails.
How are the runs? We've had a lot of heartbreaking resets, but I'm learning lessons. Well, not every death, but on some deaths we're learning lessons, learning ways to not do it again. Other times we're learning just get luckier, Lamau. just don't get 100 of the worst enemies all in one room. But such is life. I like that Square Off costs low enough FP that I can use it while walking to a boss and not feel too bad about it. But you could get a flaming head of your own outside of a cutscene anyway. Yeah, that would be cool. I don't know if that would... I'm sure they could figure out a way to make it work. I was going to say if that would work with the lore or with their character engine, but I'm like, they could just change the lore to make it work. Dutch gambling laws don't allow you to put any points on the line. Oh no, am I breaking the law by Well, I guess I wouldn't be, but what if somebody gambles on the coin flip on my stream? Every death is a learning experience, except the ones that aren't. And there are a lot of ones that aren't. Isn't this challenge basically an RNG boss? Yes. 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 Yeah. But also, do 207 bosses without stupidly falling off of any edges. Or, is that the only way you can kind of die on your own fault? Or just without, you know, you have to know all 207 bosses, right? There's a certain amount of skill that's needed for that. You have to know them all well enough that you could fight them in almost any arena. There's a skill on top of that. You have to not fall and die to your death. That's what I'm currently working on. And then after all of that, it's an RNG fiesta of hope to not get an impossible scenario. Bubaka. Oh, come on. Also use what you get. Yeah, but aside from the beginning, it feels like the use what you get is very manageable. Like, as long as you don't pick up every single item to start out the run for no reason, you're gonna have plenty of pickups left to get rid of any truly terrible weapons that you get. And any okay or better weapon,
The result is heads.
It's usually fine to use. Like this weapon that I have right now is definitely just an okay weapon. But, like, we're destroying with it. Like, we're fine. It feels like the use what you get isn't, like, that much of a restriction. But it is fun. I like the use what you get a lot. It's just not, like... doesn't come into play too much after the very start. Until you get a torch. Even a torch. We've dealt with a torch. We had a while today that we were using the sentry torch, and we were just like, oh, this is fine. Slap, 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 slap. By the way, did I buy the sentry torch? I didn't. Wasn't there a shop that had a sentry torch? And I just haven't bought it yet? Ooh. You know what?
71 has been timed out for a week.
You know what they
07
say,
in the
that
chat.
the heads only exist to make the tails more gooder when you get them. Reverse region locked would make it more challenging. No backtracking, essentially. How's the run? It's alive. Alive's all you need. It's alive until it's suddenly dead, and it's currently alive. So as long as it doesn't become suddenly dead, we're happy. Definitely not a run that you can make like progress on and be like, this is a good run versus this is a bad run. It's just either a live run at this very moment or a dead run. I mean, I guess this run is nice that it has cheap grab. There are not many truly unusable weapons. Yeah. We've even had times where we were stuck with a whip and that was all I could use, and like we made it through just fine, even on like a full-grown Falling Star Beast and Dragon Barrow scaling. It was like, oh, it's fine. I can do full-grown Falling Star Beast almost hitless. Okay. Clean Rot Knight. At first I thought it was Melania and I was like, here? But no, Clean Rot Knight should be just fine. Okay, unless my square off just never wants to hit. There we go. Okay. All runs are Schrodinger's runs. Godric's Great Rune. We can go back and do that right now. Also, Scorpion, which is one of the bad ones that we need to get out of the way. All right, let's go get Godric's Great Rune active. Staff goes to left hand, doesn't it? Yes. Okay, I probably have too much endurance right now, but it's fine. We'll be very sure that we do not spontaneously become heavy. What qualifies as impossible scenarios? There's a lot of different things. So, one of the largest causers of impossible scenarios is aging untouchables, because they can only be killed if you have a parry shield, and it's use what you get. I might have a staff right now, so there's literally no way I could parry them. And you might say, oh, well, that's, you know, just run around them. Most places that they exist, you can run around them. But there are some places where you can't. There's, like, a catacomb where you might encounter one in your way, directly in a hallway. You can't kill it. You try to go through. It chases you to the ends of the earth. It will not stop chasing. You go through the whole catacomb, and it's just chasing you, and every so often you get a madness proc, because while it's chasing you, you just have madness build up that you can't avoid, and eventually you'll just run out of healing and die. As an example. Or, it doesn't have to be a single thing in a single area that's impossible. It can be 2 or 3 enemies in an area that turn it into impossible. It doesn't have to be aging untouchables. It can be a giant hand blocking your path with an invisible assassin that's constantly backstabbing you and you can't see her or deal with her. At the same time, while you're in a small little room that you can't get out of or get body blocked into the corner, or, you know, like, there's so many scenarios where it's just like certain enemies in certain locations will just create a scenario where you're just gonna die. Not really because of your fault. It's like, you know, if you got to Doctor Strange the universe, go 6 million times, try 6 million different strategies to get through, there might technically be one, but it's not within the bounds of human ability to be like, actually, technically, if I jump at exactly this time, my legs will be high enough when the invisible assassin grabs that it'll go under me so that I can get by the giant hand before it has a chance to pin me in the corner. Like, there's just a lot of scenarios where any human will die, even if it's, like, technically possible. That catacomb basement with stairs at the end. Yep. I'm kind of just describing an event that happened to me. But, yeah. Genuinely the most BS death I've ever seen. Yeah, it was, that does happen. Yesterday I died to a rune bear blocking the path in a catacomb with the spike ceiling and Altus. That was pretty annoying. Although I played bad, I could have left and come back with a bow or a spell to kill it. Yeah. There is technically ways sometimes to get around it. Just get something ranged so that you can do it. Sword key, that was Crucible and Clean Rot duo, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it was. Unless that was a previous one that died. I think it's gotta be Chilling Mist. Cold. But then I get rid of Square Off, which is like... Is it worth getting rid of Square Off? Chilling Mist is very good. Gotten close for any runs yet? Our PB is 121 out of 207, so like technically not really, but the most dangerous part of the run by far is the start. You get very few runs that start, and then it's pretty chill for like almost the rest of the run. Shared Order is also good. It's just like, if I don't have an actual attacking move on the Cane Sword, I think it's going to be too good. I think I have to leave it as Square Off. What region is that? Mountaintops. That was into the kind of end game of the base game. Was region locked mean in this one? I can't go to the next region until I've killed all the bosses in the current region. Oh. I'm gonna favorite that so that if I ever need to warp and I accidentally press the button twice, I will actually be warping somewhere instead of stuck on a menu with no warps. Nice. What? Oh my god. Okay, I just almost got one-tapped because it knocked me into the blade. That would have been really silly. Haha. Talk about unwinnable scenarios. Yeah? That was a very strange one. He was stuck in the air so that I couldn't kill him, and then he just did a dive bomb attack that even though I dodged, it just frame trapped and knocked me into the guillotine. That would have been definitely a very silly way to die. Stab. Dryleaf Whirlwind. Oh, well, that would have been interesting while I still had the Dryleaf arts. Although, I think I probably still would have liked Palm Blast better. I don't know if I know what Dryleaf Whirlwind is. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, it's the do. That one that he does in the Leda encounter. That I think he doesn't do in his own encounter. The one that we usually really want in speedruns because it gives an easy punish at the end. By just walking backwards from it. Yeah, that one. Ah. Really nice against Dancing Lion. Just because it, like, stays still long enough. Any bad bosses or talismans out of the way yet? A few bad talismans. We've got Magic Scorpion currently on. We've gotten rid of Lightning Scorp. We've gotten rid of Marika's Scar Seal. I don't think we've... Yeah, none of the Crucible ones. Bad Crucible ones yet. Not Data Cars. So, like, we have a lot left for talismans, but we have gotten through Deathblight Dancing Lion, which is the scariest one. So... Scariest boss down, at least. Otherwise, though, we haven't gotten through too much of the bad stuff. All we do is square off. No! All 4 talisman pouches before we've gotten rid of almost any of the bad talismans? Oh, that's so unlucky. That's so unlucky. Oh, man. Well, just as we were talking about it. My imitation of Dry Leaf Whirlwind was incredible, by the way. Thank you. L2, R2, L2, R2. Guess we don't have to worry about finding more. Yeah, woo! Oh, boy. I mean, I have left a lot of key items for myself for if we get data cards, we've got a lot of instant item checks to do. Or hopefully we get data cards at the end of a region where I can then just go to Weeping immediately after. And with the amount of health I have, Weeping should still feel very easy, even with data cars. But we'll see. Hello, and good morning, evening. Good luck. Yo, thank you for the good luck. I always check that it says anticipation, because... And we now know this is a non-summoning zone. Unfortunately, Clean Rot plus Crucible is a scary duo. Crucibles are just so aggressive. I really hate that Crucibles are in duos. Like, I know they're in duos in the base game, but, like, they just make anything so scary. Oh, no, it was Fia's. Okay, that's the wrong one. It was Fia's. I should have done Chilling Mist, then. Chilling Mist, I think, would have been way better. You can't really square off against them. Oh, well. For gore. I was really hoping. Yep. Oh, I could have gotten the riposte if it was not for the other guy coming in. It's not the greatest arena for this. At least their damage is, like, really low. have to remember that my weapon is much too small to counter with. Thank you. Nice, there we go. How bad would a run suck if it was like the next weapon you picked up you had to use on the next boss you faced? Like you couldn't go and look for another weapon to take its place. I mean, sometimes you're forced into that scenario kind of anyway. Like I have had times where I pick up the item like as I am entering the boss's arena because there's like an item, you know, directly out in front of them. And it's a bad weapon. And usually it's fine. Like, there are... What is the worst weapon in the game? Because, like, I'm trying to think of even a weapon that would be, like, so bad that I'd, like, panic if I had it. Like, maybe just, like, default whip or something? I'm not sure. Okay, cool. We've done everything except for Makar. That's what I wanted to check. You get a staff with no spells. That goes in the offhand. Your offhand is where staves go, so you'll always have a main hand weapon. How do I get exactly 30,000 runes? Vare's Bouquet. That one is definitely very bad. I don't know about the worst. It is definitely very bad, though. Especially if you were against a non-bleedable boss. That... It does, though, have the mace moveset, which is a good moveset, at least. Some dagger, probably. Yeah, maybe. Perfume bottles? Oh... Perfume bottles is pretty... That's pretty... Yeah, that's definitely a candidate. Ripple Blade? Blade. Is that the axe? The axe is fine. Not good. But like, I can use it. I've used it before. The halberd is fine. Again, very not good, but I've used it before. Perfume bottles are not the worst. They're usable. If you say so. They're definitely pretty bad. Or at least it's bleed so you can get procs at some point. Yeah. If they are bleedable. If they're not bleedable, it's like... Ooh. Ivory sickle, maybe? What's that? A Reaper? I feel like it's probably fine. Ripple weapons rely way too much on scaling damage. They're definitely bad, but I think their moveset was like okay-ish. Well, no, maybe the halberd was really, really bad if I remember right, actually. Maybe it was. Dagger, right? Dagger is definitely a very bad class of weapons, but they're all kind of similarly bad. I don't know that there's a uniquely bad dagger. There's some more uniquely good daggers, like Syncadilla, I think is actually okay. And I don't know why. I guess it's just, it just has higher damage or something. Halberd has Glaive moveset, so not bad as such. Yeah, it's got an okay moveset. It just, the damage was absurdly bad. The one time that we had it at +0, no scaling, the damage was so bad. But if you weren't +0, oh god. I'm out. I'm out. See ya. I'm out. Get me to the next Grace where I can de-aggro that guy. Was a curved sword from the DLC that's super tiny? The one with Skull Summon. I don't know. Oh, Bewitching Branch. If we get the commanders, that's good. I'd probably only need to use it on Nile, I think. Divine words are so scary. I'll watch you on your lunch break. Yo! Why can I watch you live on your lunch break? Best regards from Germany. Because this is when we're awake. Oh, we're up a little late. Okay, we're up a little late. We might... Okay, that... You've reminded me that we're up very late. So, probably we finish out Makar. Oh, Starfist! We finish out Makar because that finishes Liurnia, and then we probably get to bed. 2 p.m. in Germany, yeah. It is 5:30 a.m. where I am. I was just having a time talking to chat. Okay, we know how dangerous Miranda's can be. Okay, this is just... But it can't use the ability while it's doing the poison, so... we should be fine. Okay, good. And it just did it again over there. That was the other scary thing, is if it did it while I was on this ladder. Oh. Hate giant hands. Miranda's around ladders are something to be very scared of. Oh, I should have made it chilling mist. Whatever. I don't need it. Go, my rats! Feast upon our enemy. Oh, imagine if I had made it, sacred, whatever it is. Sacred Order? Sacred... Oh, it was so unfair to it. It was so unfair to it. Rat jam. All right, let's get to bed. Let's get to bed. Great time, great point to stop. Just finished Liurnia. We can technically go wherever we want now. Although I will be going to Altus next. It makes the most sense. And then, yeah. 5:30 here in Seattle. Still loving every minute. GG's. Yo, I'm also near Seattle. Let's go. On our Moonveil Monday save. All right. $45 bosses already? Dang, I'm fast. I think that's about a normal-ish pace to get to 45 bosses. We even, like, stopped just so that I could talk for, like, 5 minutes before one of the bosses, because we were just talking about the differences between Sekiro, Lies of P, Elden Ring, all that. You just tuned in. Well. You can tune in to the next person that we're going to raid. We'll raid Ainrun, who's playing Elden Ring, Night Rain, Scholar, Depth 5 grind. So he'll be in the thick of it. Is he solo? Solo Scholar seems like it'd be difficult, but if he's getting it done. I can go ahead and catch up on the VOD. Nice. Rounding up offer still stands, by the way. $20 to round up to $50. Another $20 to round up to 100 bosses. No, you were already going to round to 100. I was only going to... It was to round up to 200. And also, no. Rates increased to $50 to a third round, but it would hit 200. I get through the game with Recluse, so difficult to keep being aimed at. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Iron Eye the GOAT, though. I'm just saying. Iron Eye the GOAT. Undertaker, also a lot of fun. Wilder and Raider, my goats. Not quite as much as Iron Eye, but like my goats. But anyway, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening. Wherever is an Undertaker a wrestler? Yeah, that's basically what she is, yeah. But yeah, see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.